Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business for debate and only until 11 a.m. I recognize the senator from Iowa.
October the 7th, 2023 will probably get down in history to Americans like December the 7th, 1941, Pearl Harbor Day. October 7th, 2 years ago, Israel experienced a surprise attack from Hamas. As those under attack rushed to safe rooms and to bomb shelters, the terrorist group infiltrating the country began firing on homes and killing Israelis at random. Those who have seen the footage of the attacks, in many cases those film has been taken by the attackers themselves, have said that the glee and the pride Hamas showed in killing, in mutilating, and in raping innocent civilians was particularly shocking. It's also very chilling and also very disgusting. On October the 7th, Hamas also took roughly 250 residents hostage, even including babies, real old people, and even some Americans. The horror that these individuals have faced under the brutal reign of Hamas is unimaginable. The hostages have been subjected to inhumane conditions, deprived of their basic human rights, and used as pawns in the cruel game of manipulation. Now, more than 500 days later, Hamas is still holding dozens of hostages captive, including 5 Americans. Of the 5 Americans in Hamas captivity, 4 have been confirmed to have been murdered. As the families have spent over a year in anguish, waiting for any sign of their loved ones, desperate for their safe return, Hamas has kept their bodies and refused to return them to family and friends, compounding the grief of loved ones. All Americans would say this cannot stand. The United States must remain steadfast in its commitment to securing the release of these hostages and holding Hamas accountable for these atrocities. And under President Trump's leadership, that is exactly what our country is doing because of President Trump's support for the state of Israel and for his war against hostage-taking. To the families of these hostages, we grieve with you. We share in your pain, and we share in your hope as well. But to the hostages still in captivity, we want them to know they're not forgotten. The world is watching, and we will not rest until justice is served and you're safely returned to home. God bless you all. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I recognize the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this evening, President Trump will come to the Capitol to address Congress. And I'm looking forward to hearing the President discuss his accomplishments so far and outline his vision for our country. President Trump may have been in office for a matter of weeks, but he's already built a considerable record of success. And chief among his successes, of course, is the work he's been doing to confront illegal immigration and restore order to our southern border. Over the weekend, it emerged that there were just 8,450 encounters approximately at our southern border for the entire month of February. At least a 25-year low. That's a stunning turnaround, Mr. President. And put that number in perspective, under President Biden, the Border Patrol sometimes saw that number in a single day. It's incredible what President Trump has accomplished in just 6 weeks. And I haven't even mentioned how his administration has been making our community safer by arresting and deporting criminals here illegally. In just 6 weeks, they've taken a lot of dangerous people off of our streets. It all goes to show what's possible when you have a president committed to protecting our border and our nation's security. And of course, that's not all the president has accomplished during his first 6 weeks in office. Among other things, he has also been laying the groundwork for unleashing American energy. And while Democrats may not like to admit it, the United States is rapidly heading toward an energy crisis where we simply don't have the supply to meet the demand. As the Washington Post noted last March, and I quote, "Vast swaths of the United States are at risk of running short of power as electricity-hungry data centers and clean technology factories proliferate around the country, leaving utilities and regulators grasping for credible plans to expand the nation's creaking power grid." End quote. That's a pretty serious situation, Mr. President. And instead of taking steps to increase our energy supply, the Biden administration pushed us further toward crisis with measures designed to restrict conventional energy development and force Americans to adopt electric cars, putting a vast new burden on our electric grid. Well, fortunately, Mr. President, President Trump recognizes the precarious situation that we're facing. And he is already demonstrating his commitment to increasing our nation's supply and promoting a source, or I should say a secure and affordable energy future. And I look forward to hearing from him as he discusses the work he's been doing tonight. Mr. President, here in the Senate, we've been working to support President Trump's agenda, first and foremost by getting his cabinet in place. And I'm proud to report that we've confirmed 20 of the President's 22 cabinet nominees, a substantially faster pace of confirmations than in any of the 3 previous administrations. In addition to cabinet nominations, we've also been laying the groundwork for making the tax cuts we passed during the first Trump administration permanent, as well as delivering a transformational investment in our border, national, and energy security. And of course, we are currently working to overturn burdensome Biden administration regulations using the Congressional Review Act. This week, we're taking up 2 rules that infringe on Americans' financial freedom. First, we'll vote on Senator Cruz's resolution to stop the Biden administration's digital asset broker rule, which puts at risk the privacy and security of tens of millions of Americans who trade digital assets. This rule could also mean forfeiting American leadership in financial innovation by giving the advantage to foreign companies that do not have to comply with the rule and driving innovation overseas. Later this week, we'll vote on Senator Ricketts' resolution to prevent an unnecessary expansion of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB. The Biden administration made a last-ditch effort to increase government supervision of non-bank payment apps like Venmo and PayPal by expanding the CFPB's authority. But these types of apps are already regulated, and they accounted for just 1% of the CFPB's consumer complaints in 2023. Why add another layer of bureaucracy? Apparently, Democrats can't help but see innovation as an opportunity for regulation. All told, the Biden administration saddled Americans with $1.8 trillion in regulatory burdens. That's a big weight on the economy and on crucial industries like American energy. and we will continue our work to alleviate these burdens. Mr. President, the Biden administration left our nation facing a lot of challenges, but we are turning the page on the Biden administration's failed policies, and I firmly believe there is a brighter future ahead. And I look forward to hearing from President Trump tonight as he outlines his vision for American greatness. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
I recognize the Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, tonight Donald Trump will address the nation before a joint session of Congress. This will be the 5th time Donald Trump speaks from the House chamber, and by now the American people know just what to expect. They can expect Donald Trump to launch a deluge of mistruths and falsehoods. But tonight we won't hear one peep from Donald Trump about his broken promise to bring inflation down on day one. We won't hear one syllable about how Donald Trump's policies are making inflation and the costs that average American families pay worse. So this morning, let's start here. Let's start about that here, starting with tariffs. Last night, for the first time in decades, the President of the United States imposed 25% tariffs on nearly all goods coming from Canada and Mexico. What does this mean for the American people? What do Donald Trump's tariffs mean for the American people? They're going to pay more. Everyday costs are about to become more expensive. It means, according to the CEO of Target, to take one example, consumers could see higher prices within days. This is not something 6 months out. That includes everything: price of gas, produce, cars, cheese, dairy products, coffee, even chocolate. American farmers are going to pay more, will pay more for fertilizer, which means food prices go up. New furniture will become more expensive as Canada is a major supplier of lumber. Refrigerators, washers, microwaves, laptops, smartphones, clothing, shoes, all will likely see increases. Hold on to your hat, Mr. and Mrs. America. When you bring it all together, the average U.S. household could see $2,000 in increased expenses a year. And that's a conservative estimate. Let me repeat that. The average American family, $2,000 more out of their pockets, their hard-earned dollars that they're struggling to stretch. And now another added increase, all that didn't have to happen because Donald Trump is imposing tariffs on Canada and Mexico. It's been clear that in the past, when applied intelligently, precisely, tariffs can be a useful tool against adversaries that engage in unfair trade practices that harm American workers. The tariffs against China years ago are one example of this. But the situation today is completely different. It makes no sense to start a trade war with America's closest trade partners because the casualty of that trade war will be consumers and American households. So let's get it straight. Donald Trump's tariffs are a tax on working Americans to the tune of $2,000 or more a year. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? Well, he says fentanyl, but less than 1% of the fentanyl that comes into the country comes from Canada. It's one of the ways they can close that budget hole when they take huge tax breaks for billionaires. This is another place where Donald Trump and the Republicans are raising your costs so they can cut taxes for billionaires. It's unbelievable. I don't think this is going to be seen very positively by the American people. Now let's talk about 1 month into the Trump administration. So on his first day in office, Donald Trump promised a golden age was coming over the horizon. But when Donald Trump speaks tonight, his promise of a golden age will feel like ancient history. So this morning, let's talk about Donald Trump's many broken promises. As a candidate, Donald Trump promised, when I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one. He said grocery prices will come tumbling down, he said, when he gets elected. Instead, what's happened? Inflation's gone not down, but up. Gas prices were 2% up from the previous month. Chicken, pork, beef, all more expensive. Eggs, 15% higher than last month. And what's Donald Trump's solution to all of this? The Secretary of Agriculture said yesterday Americans should just buy their own chickens to lay their own eggs. Is he serious? This is the Agriculture Secretary? Americans should buy their own chickens to lay their own eggs? Who are they kidding? As a candidate, Donald Trump also said, vote Trump and your incomes will soar. Your net worth will skyrocket. Now, to be fair, if you're a billionaire, he's telling you the truth. But if you're not rich, Donald Trump and Republicans' signature legislation is to cut Medicaid and Social Security and other programs by hundreds of billions of dollars in order to pay for tax breaks for the billionaires' club. Let's look at another claim by Donald Trump. The next economic boom will begin the instant Donald Trump has won 4 more years. That's his quote. He said, "The next economic boom will begin the instant Donald J. Trump has won 4 more years." Well, let's look at what's actually happened. Last month, consumer confidence took its biggest nosedive in years. Retail sales dropped unexpectedly by 0.5%. Unemployment filings hit their highest level since last fall. The S&P 500, one of Donald Trump's favorite measuring sticks, has erased all the gains this year. And now Donald Trump has started a trade war with our closest trading partners. That is not what an economic boom looks like. This is economic anemia created by Donald Trump's own policies. I could go on because there's so many people being hurt and such policies of such foolishness. Donald Trump promised to take care of veterans, yet DOJ tried to fire hundreds of critical staffers from the VA, including crisis hotline staff and funding for cancer treatments. Housing costs are up. Electricity bills are up. If there's any golden age to be had under Donald Trump, it's a golden age for lawlessness. It's a golden age for billionaires and their club. It is not a golden age for Americans who work hard every day for an honest life and make ends meet. But I doubt we'll hear any of that from Donald Trump tonight. Finally, I'm proud to welcome 7 New Yorkers to tonight's joint meetings of Congress. These New Yorkers are examples of some of the very people who Donald Trump promised to help, but who he has left behind. First, I'm honored to welcome Emma Larson, a 12-year-old middle school student from Long Island with a rare genetic disease, which has been treated thanks to NIH funding research. Emma was dosed with spinal muscular atrophy as a 1-year-old. At the time, there was no cure. Her parents were anguished. But thanks to research at an NIH-funded lab in Cold Springs, New York, Emma received a breakthrough drug that changed SMA's prognosis. Emma's story shows why NIH funding is life-saving, and we should stand up against efforts to slash funding. Imagine slashing funding to NIH, which helps people like Emma live so you can give a tax break to billionaires who are already doing very well, thank you. I'm also proud to welcome Alyssa Ellman, a disabled Army veteran, recently fired from the VA in Lockport, New York, in Western New York. Alyssa served honorably in Afghanistan and was diagnosed with a rare cancer associated with toxic burn pit exposure. Even while receiving treatment, she wanted to work. She wanted to serve her fellow veterans. She got a job at the Buffalo VA. But guess what? Last week, Alyssa found herself locked out of her computer and later found out DOJ eliminated her position. This woman served in Afghanistan, got burn pits, serving her country, working in the Veterans Administration to help other veterans. All of a sudden, no word, no notice, locked out of her computer and found that DOJ eliminated her position. Is that the golden age? For whom? Alyssa is one of 2,500 VA employees who were fired by DOJ, putting the care of our nation's veterans at risk. Tonight, I also welcome Tiffany Ramos from Rome, New York, who worked at the USDA office in Syracuse and was fired from her job helping rural farmers and businesses across upstate New York. Tiffany's just one of many USDA employees fired with no notice, despite years of service, leaving farmers across America wondering who's left to help them. It's amazing. These people worked hard. There was nothing against them. No, they didn't get a notice saying you didn't do this, you can improve this way, that way. They're just fired. It's cruel, it's heartless, it's nasty, it's lacking knowledge and fact-based, and it hurts America, in this case our farmers. I'm also proud to welcome 2 Medicaid recipients, Jessica Martinez and Ana Medina Garcia. Jessica and Anna are both cancer survivors who depended on Medicaid to afford their medication and receive treatment. And finally, it is truly my honor to welcome Orna Nutra, mother of Omer Nutra, and Ruby Chen, father of Itai Chen. As we all know now, Omar and Itai were tragically murdered by vicious Hamas thugs right on October 7th, the day of the massacre, the day of the invasion of Israel. In the case of Omar's family, it wasn't until a year later they learned he was murdered by Hamas on October 7th. How cruel. Hamas let them worry. I met with them numerous times. Is our son alive? Is he dead? Is he okay? Is he wounded? Viciousness of Hamas, the viciousness. As for Itai, he was taken hostage and tragically murdered by Hamas on the border of Gaza October 7th. After months for fighting for his return, Itai's family learned that he was also murdered that terrible day. This is the depths of Hamas's cruelty. For months, they refused to even acknowledge that Omar and Itai had been murdered. They kept these families in anguish, in the dark. What a horrible feeling to wonder if your child is alive or dead. And Hamas, knowing it, dangles cruelly the possibility maybe they're alive when they weren't. The families wondered over and over again, are our children alive? Are they dead? And of course, tragically, their worst fears happened. What Omer and Itai's family have endured is beyond comprehension. I'm inspired by their perseverance, by their resolve to keep calling for the safe return of remaining hostages, even though their loved ones are gone, and for the return of the bodies of their loved ones, which is essential by Jewish law. There's no time to waste. I continue working for as long as it takes to finally bring every last hostage and the remains of the hostages no longer with us home at last. It's an honor to welcome all my guests to the Capitol.
I recognize the senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, tonight, President Trump will take the podium, and he will have a joint address to Congress and clearly to the nation. Just heard the minority leader of the Senate come to the floor and talk about President Trump's promises. Well, let me talk about those promises, promises made, promises kept by President Trump. He's only been in the office now for 7 weeks, and he has a very strong record of accomplishment in those 7 weeks. What did he promise he would do? He said he would cut wasteful Washington spending. Well, that's a promise that he's kept. What we are seeing is the most comprehensive audit of federal spending of money in history. This administration already in just these short weeks has identified $55 billion of savings. President Trump promised to secure the border. Well, he's kept that promise as well. He immediately began deporting criminal, illegal immigrants. They're here in the country illegally, and they were criminals, heinous crimes. We're talking about murders, rapists, drug dealers. The word got out around the world. Illegal border crossings in February dropped to an all-time low. President Trump said he would unleash American energy. He's kept that promise as well. On day one, President Trump declared a national energy emergency. Now, this is going to unlock America's full energy potential. He withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord,
Did it once before, but Joe Biden put us back in. What we saw in the Biden administration is they applied handcuffs to American energy producers and American energy production. President Trump said, no, we're not doing that. He's opened Alaska's vast amounts of energy for the American people. He pulled the plug on Biden's electric vehicle mandates. He reopened 625 million acres of offshore drilling. Remember, Joe Biden in the final days of administration with his midnight regulation to ban that exploration for American energy. President Trump promised to protect women who participate in sports. He kept that promise. Trump administration marks a return to common sense. We have seen that return to common sense also, Mr. President, here in the United States Senate, because we're determined to get America back on track. There is no time to waste. One measure of our rapid start is the historic pace with which we've been able to confirm members of President Trump's cabinet. Senate Republicans have now confirmed 20 members of President Trump's cabinet. We confirmed President Trump's education secretary just last evening. So compared to previous presidents, this is a remarkable pace. It's more confirmations than President Obama found that he had at this point in 2009, more confirmations than President Biden had in 2021. It surpasses the timeline of any president in recent history. President Trump's nominees are strong, they are smart, they have a history of success, and that history is going to continue now that they're members of the cabinet. Our successes had direct impact on President Trump's agenda. With his team in place, President Trump has been able to execute effectively and efficiently. The Senate is also acting decisively to secure the border. Within days of taking office, the Senate Republicans passed the Laken Riley Act. The Laken Riley Act is named after a young nursing student in Georgia. She was murdered by an illegal immigrant. She was just out for a jog. We've named the bill in her honor. The Laken Riley Act saves American lives. It requires illegal immigrant criminals to be deported. It was bipartisan legislation. 12 Democrats voted with us to pass this legislation, and it is now the law of the land. The Laken Riley Act sends a clear message that tragedies like this can never be allowed to happen again in the United States of America, that the era of open borders is over. Senate Republicans mean business. After years of crises, we are now securing the border. The numbers tell the story. We are deporting illegal immigrant criminals on a daily basis. And we are also working with the House of Representatives on our shared agenda. We're delivering on the promises that we made to the American people. We're going to secure the border. We'll restore peace through strength. We're unleashing American energy. And we're going to stop the Democrats' oncoming freight train of a $4 trillion tax increase. Democrats oppose all of these things. They want to raise American public taxes by $4 trillion. Mr. President, we're going to stop that. President Trump is only, 43 days in this office in his historic presidency, an incredible comeback victory, the comeback king, as I call him, from his ability to win this election, 312 electoral votes, every one of the battleground states. And this president has not wasted a second, a minute, an hour, or a day in office because he knows how important it is to act quickly. And he's doing that. He's solving the urgent problems that are facing our nation. What the American people elected him to do, it's what the American people expect, and that's what the American people are seeing. So the President is working with the House and with the Senate, all of us working together to get America back on track. And we're going to deliver what the American people have asked for, safety and prosperity for the people of this great country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Illinois.
are we at a quorum call?
Yes,
Ask consent the quorum call be lifted.
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been honored to serve in the United States Senate for a number of years, and I carry with that service a great number of memories. But there's one that was particularly personal that I'll never forget. The year was 2021, and the day was January 6. The Senate chamber was filled with members who were witnessing a meeting required by our Constitution, where the Vice President presided over the Senate, where you're sitting. We gathered here and counted the electoral votes to determine who was the president as a result of the 2020 election. It's a fairly routine undertaking, but there is some solemnity to it because the Constitution requires it. And I can recall that episode because it was a hectic day. It was the same day that President Trump, leaving office because he lost that election in 2020, had called a rally down at the end of the mall. Thousands of people showed up, and they decided to march on the Capitol at the president's urging and invitation. That's not unusual in this town or even this building, that protesters would gather to state their purpose as they are entitled to in a democracy. But this was different. The group that was coming up here was not protesting or gathering for speeches. They had some other intent, and we weren't sure what it was. I can recall it was a few minutes after 2 o'clock in the afternoon on that day. Vice President Pence was sitting where you are, and in the midst of the proceedings, some group, I believe now that it was the Secret Service, came in and literally physically removed Vice President Pence from where you're sitting, leaving the chair empty while we were in session. It was a startling moment. What is going on here? In a few minutes, a representative of the Capitol Police stood at the podium where you're sitting and made an announcement. Now, for those who don't know the Capitol Police, they are our security force. They are the ones who keep us safe as we do the duties of our government, and they protect everyone in the building, tourists, staff, everyone. They literally risk their lives for us. So one of them came and stood before us in uniform and said, "There's a group approaching the Capitol, and we ask you all to stay in your seats. This is going to be a safe place here in the Senate chamber. Others will join you along the walls, and don't worry about it. We're all going to be safe in this building." It wasn't 10 minutes later that another Capitol policeman came before us and said, "Plans have changed. Everyone evacuate the chamber as quickly as possible." We went outside and saw through the windows the demonstrators with their signs coming toward the Capitol. Some were beating at the windows, and some were approaching the Capitol from different directions. And we were spirited off to a chamber, to another office building on Capitol Hill, where we were protected. That's a day you will never forget. I'll never forget. I've been coming into this building since I was a college student at Georgetown years ago. This is a special place to me. It's not my office building. It is the United States Capitol building. It carries with it not only a history, but a significance as a symbol. It means something to have a mob take over the Capitol, as happened that day, pushing members of the House and Senate to hide in broom closets and to leave the building for their own personal safety. I never dreamed that would happen in the United States of America, but I lived it, it happened, and the American people know it happened because the videos are quite graphic. They tell the story of what was going on that day. In the end of the day, many of us were in different places watching a C-SPAN broadcast the rioters coming into this chamber, spiriting, going through my desk, not just mine, but many others, posing for pictures in the presiding officer's chair. It was a scene that was sad, tragic, infuriating. I thought to myself at the time, what if we had just heard a notice that the House of Parliament, House of Commons in Parliament in London, England, the door had been beaten down and the mob had overtaken the members of Parliament? We wouldn't believe it. It doesn't happen. This is a civilized country. England, it couldn't happen there. Well, it didn't. It happened here. And as a result of it, the Department of Justice took those people, those violent rioters, seriously and prosecuted almost 1,600 of them for wrongdoing. Some of them very serious sentences, some just trespassing. But they were all taken seriously and treated appropriately. They answered under the law for their conduct that fatal day. So what happened when this new president came to office? He decided that isn't what happened at all on January 6th. These tourists, these demonstrators were assaulted by the police. He ignored the fact that 140 law enforcement officials were injured on that day, protecting this building and the people in it. He ignored the fact that 3 or 4 people died shortly thereafter because of that experience. He decided that the people who needed our sympathy were the rioters and not the police. And so the president, in one of his first acts of office, President Trump, signed a pardon of some 1,600 individuals. I've come to the floor to report to you what's happened since, in the few weeks that have passed since that mass pardon by President Trump. I want to tell you the story today of several of the people who were involved in January 6th and pardoned by President Trump. Last week, body camera video was released depicting a traffic-related felony arrest during which a sheriff's deputy fatally shot former January 6th defendant Matthew Huddle. Not the first, incidentally, to be shot by a policeman after he was pardoned by President Trump. The video footage confirmed that there was a struggle during the incident, during which Huddle, a January 6th defendant, raised an object that the sheriff deputy believed to be a firearm. At the beginning of the traffic stop, Huddle can be seen on video stating, quote, "I just want to let you know I'm a January 6th defendant." Quote, "I stormed the Capitol. I'm waiting on my pardon." Investigators later recovered a loaded 9mm handgun and ammunition in Huddle's vehicle. Huddle was among the 1,500 individuals involved in the January 6th Capitol riot pardoned by President Trump. Huddle had pleaded guilty to 1 count of entering and remaining in a restricted building on grounds for his role in the insurrection and was sentenced to 6 months in prison. Peter Schwartz, sentenced to 14 years in prison on charges that included 4 counts of assaulting police officers during the January 6th attack on the Capitol. Schwartz was seen on body camera footage spraying officers with pepper spray, wielding a baton, and prosecutors allege he threw the first chair at officers, creating an opening that enabled hundreds of rioters to push back the police lines. Prior to January 6th, Schwartz had amassed criminal convictions in more than 4 different states for crimes including domestic violence, threatening his girlfriend, and assaulting security officers. One of Schwartz's former girlfriends, Chantel Holoton, a 43-year-old factory worker who has voted for President Trump 3 times, she says, recently told CBS News that she fears for her safety now that Schwartz has been pardoned and released. Holoton reports that Schwartz persistently beat her during their month-long relationship until she called the police in July of 2019, alleging that Schwartz was threatening to kill her and her son. In reacting to Schwartz's involvement in the insurrection, Holoton stated, "He found an opportunity to go and be violent. The man thrives on violence. He thrives on people fearing him." Another of Schwartz's girlfriends, Shelley Stallings, filed a police report in 2020 alleging that Schwartz bit her forehead and punched her in the head. Schwartz was one of those who was pardoned by President Trump. Jeremy Brown, one of the last January 6th defendants remaining behind bars since President Trump's blanket pardon, was released from the Federal Correctional Institution in Atlanta on Wednesday. Brown had not yet been released because prosecutors did not consider one of his 2 criminal cases to be related to January 6th and thus covered by the pardon. However, the Justice Department has since reversed course. In April of 2023, Brown was convicted in Tampa, Florida, of possessing a short-barrel rifle, shotgun, explosive grenades, and willful retention of a national defense document, all resulting from a January 6th related law enforcement search of his residence in September of 2021. He was sentenced to 87 months in prison for those charges and released by the pardon of President Trump. Mr. President, this is a horrible situation. And sadly, tragically, these are people who never should have been pardoned by the president. They attacked the police here in this building. They desecrated this Capitol. They were not the victims. They victimized innocent people who were doing their job under the Constitution. Mr. President, on an unrelated topic, instead of improving the lives of or lowering prices for Americans, we are seeing policies of the Trump administration do exactly the opposite. The president has spent his time trying to systematically dismantle the federal government, creating rifts with our closest allies, and now imposing destructive tariffs on our biggest trading partners. The tariffs that he has unleashed, 25% on Canada and Mexico, as well as an additional 10% on China, will hurt American consumers and supply chains and undermine American manufacturing. Illinois is the fourth largest exporter in the nation. In 2023, our exports to Canada totaled more than $21 billion. These tariffs will hurt Illinois farmers, workers, and manufacturers, not to mention consumers. Additional tariffs on our three biggest trading partners will add to the economic strain that is already beginning to show under the new administration. A survey of consumer sentiment published last month recorded its largest monthly decline in 4 years, due in large part to concern about trade and tariffs. Tariffs are taxes. They are taxes that the consumers of America will have to pay. These levels of concern have not been seen since the trade wars in President Trump's first term. And as Americans already struggle under the weight of high housing costs, these tariffs will make things worse. Much of the lumber used to build new homes in the United States comes from Canada, and more than 70% of the imports of two essential materials that home builders rely on, softwood lumber and gypsum, come from Canada and Mexico. With a 25% tariff on imported goods from those two countries, American home builders will need to pay more, and so will the consumers. While the president claims that foreign countries will pay for U.S. tariffs, that isn't the truth, and we know what the truth is. The burden of tariff is carried by American companies and passed on to American consumers. Indiscriminately slapping tariffs on the goods American consumers need mean higher cost. Higher costs on groceries, gas, and cars, while inspiring retaliatory tariffs and even boycotts on American-made products, further hurting our economy. Mr. President, I understand we're probably having a roll call. I see members coming to the floor. So I ask that the remainder of my statement be entered into the record.
Without objection. Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 11, S.J. Res. 3.
The clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 11, S.J. Res. 3, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
Questions on the motion? Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cortez Masto, Cruz, Fisher, Justice, Kennedy, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Sheehy, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Durbin and Warren. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Alserbrooks. Ms. Alserbrooks, aye. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Deans, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no.
The ayes are 70, the nays are 28. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the joint resolution.
Calendar number 11, SJ Res 3, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code and so forth.
President.
The Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today to introduce legislation with my colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Baldwin, to reauthorize the Lifespan Respite Care Program. Mr. President, every day, an estimated 53 million family caregivers attend to loved ones across all age groups, disabilities, and chronic conditions. Respite care gives these full-time caregivers a much-needed opportunity to take a temporary break from their important responsibilities. Caregivers help their loved ones remain at home, and the decision to assume these responsibilities full-time often delays the need for nursing home care. While many of these individuals care for an older adult, almost 1/3 of caregivers attend to family members under the age of 50. The value of their efforts is tremendous, amounting to more than $600 billion in uncompensated care each year. This compassionate task, however, can take a tremendous toll. Caregivers experience higher mortality rates and are more likely to acquire acute and chronic health conditions themselves. Respite care helps to reduce mental stress and physical health problems that they may experience, thus helping to keep caregivers healthy and families intact. Yet almost 85% of America's caregivers have never received any respite services. As a senator representing the state with the oldest median age in the nation, the well-being of our older citizens and their caregivers is among my top priorities. Since the Lifespan Respite Care Act was enacted in 2006, 38 states and the District of Columbia have received grants to increase the availability and quality of respite services. Our legislation would extend this programming for another 5 years through fiscal year 2030. Mr. President, in Maine, there are approximately 166,000 family caregivers who provide 155 million hours of care to loved ones each year. The Maine Department of Health highlighted the importance of respite care in a report released earlier this year that evaluates the Maine State Respite Care Program. Participants shared how assistance made available through this program has enabled them to take much-needed breaks, reduce their anxiety, and even re-energize their enthusiasm for caregiving. One Mainer shared that access to respite care has meant that she has been able to truly visit with her parents when she spends times with them, instead of using all of that time just to do their chores, their yard work, and other tasks. She says that it has been wonderful to have someone help care for her parents with their chores and shopping for their needs, and it has meant that she herself is far less tired. Stories such as these emphasize the importance of respite care, of a break for these caregivers who are giving so much to their family members. Although most caregivers are adults, there are also more than 5 million young people in our country who provide care for grandparents, parents, or siblings with disabilities. Studies have found that approximately 1 in 5 young adults who dropped out of school did so to care for a family member. These children often choose to give up activities that other teens should enjoy, such as extracurricular activities, sports, outside activities, and they may experience depression or anxiety. Our legislation would clarify that young people who are caregivers, including those who are under age 18, are also able to access respite care services. Mr. President, there is a large gap between caregivers who need respite services, who need a break from the 24-hour care of their loved ones, and those who actually receive this kind of assistance. Our bill would help close that gap by reauthorizing funding for this program that has helped states establish or strengthen respite services. This funding can be used to assist caregivers in finding available respite services, to train and recruit volunteers, to provide temporary caregiving, and to provide financial support through vouchers so that caregivers can better afford respite services. Our bill is widely supported by leading caregiver and respite organizations, including the ARCH, National Respite Network and Resource Center, the Alzheimer's Association, and the Alzheimer's Impact Movement. Mr. President, our bipartisan legislation will provide the necessary resources to ensure that more caregivers have access to the respite services they need. I urge all of our colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation. It will make a real difference for the caregivers, the family caregivers in our states. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Thank you. Today, I rise to reaffirm my partnership with Senator Susan Collins in the Lifespan Respite Care Reauthorization Act of 2025. Senator Collins and I recognize the challenges that family caregivers face, and we have worked together over many years to advance legislation to support the essential role that caregivers play in our communities. We were successful in passing legislation that establishes a national strategy to support family caregivers, the Raise Family Caregivers Act. And we are committed to reauthorizing the Lifespan Respite Care Program that supports the health and well-being of family caregivers. Every day, family caregivers in Wisconsin and across our country tend to the needs of their loved ones. Although this work can be very, very rewarding, it can also be emotionally and physically challenging. After serving as my grandmother's primary caregiver as she got older, I know firsthand the time, the dedication, and the sacrifice involved to keep our aging, disabled, or sick loved ones safe and well. Caregiving can be a 24/7 job, and too often family caregivers compromise their own health to ensure that their loved ones are not left in limbo. Respite care offers family caregivers a necessary break to focus on their own mental health and well-being. That's why I was proud to reintroduce our bipartisan legislation so that our family caregivers can access the support and the relief that they need. This bill would support family caregivers by reauthorizing the Lifespan Respite Care Program, which allows full-time caregivers to take a temporary break from their responsibilities caring for aging or disabled loved ones. Across the country, there are over 53 million Americans who currently provide uncompensated care for their families, which provides an estimated $600 billion in uncompensated care each year. Let that sink in. By protecting the health of caregivers, respite care decreases the need for professional long-term care and allows individuals who require care to remain at home. I look forward to continuing to work with Senator Collins to advance this important legislation in the 119th Congress. And with that, I yield.
The senator from Missouri.
Today to argue for a swift and decisive confirmation of Elbridge Colby as Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. It is common today to hear leaders in foreign policy establishment talk. Let me restart that. It's common today to hear leaders in the foreign policy establishment talk of upholding the rules-based international order and promoting liberal values and norms. What is much less common is to hear anyone talk about tangible, concrete American interests. Mr. Colby is a welcome exception. He believes that America is a real, concrete nation and people with real, concrete interests, and that the fundamental purpose of our foreign policy is to protect and advance those interests. For the past 30 years, American foreign policy has lurched from disaster to disaster. To be a friend of the reigning consensus is to be an advocate for the same failed ideas that led us to spend trillions of dollars and countless young Americans' lives for causes and conflicts that were not ours, while leaving us woefully unprepared for the ones that are. America does not need more of the same. What America needs is a new approach, a new strategy, a new philosophy of strength for the 21st century. That is what Elbridge Colby will deliver. No one could argue that Mr. Colby isn't qualified for this role. He spent well over 20 years working in the defense and foreign policy, serving in the Department of State, the Department of Defense, and various national security positions at different think tanks. He served faithfully in the first Trump administration as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Strategy and Force Development, where he was the lead author of the 2018 National Defense Strategy. From there, he founded a think tank, the Marathon Initiative, and wrote a book called The Strategy of Denial, outlining his vision for confronting the true geopolitical challenge of our time, deterring and, if necessary, defeating the threats posed by a rising China. President Trump's decision to nominate Mr. Colby to this position was not a mistake. It was intentional. This administration wants to carry out a fundamental and long overdue reorientation of our nation's foreign policy, and Elbridge Colby is a critical component of that mission. The media tells us that he is controversial. Why? Well, he believes that our foreign policy must prioritize our core interests, and that means that we can't be everywhere at once doing everything all the time. His critics say that makes him weak. In reality, it's exactly the opposite. The quickest and most certain path to weakness is to waste our blood and treasure on Wilsonian adventurism abroad, and the real threats and enemies of America grow unchecked. For years, Mr. Colby has been one of the lone voices in the foreign policy establishment with a real and viable vision for American strength. It's true that Mr. Colby believes that the Iraq War was a mistake. He does not believe that a hot war with Iran would serve America's long-term interests. He believes that a costly and unwinnable proxy war in Ukraine is an obstacle to our ability to rebuild our military and revitalize our industrial base here at home, and that our European allies must step up and do more to defend their own continent as the United States transitions to our focus in the Indo-Pacific. All of these things, on all of these things, the decisive majority of Americans are on his side, even if the foreign policy establishment isn't. The political class in this city must come to terms with the fact that the world most of us grew up in no longer exists. President Trump intends to drag this city, kicking and screaming if necessary, into the 21st century. That is what we saw at the White House last week. A new foreign policy centered around uncompromising and unapologetic pursuit of the interests of the American people. Mr. Colby will play a key role in that project, and I look forward to watching him serve as our next Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. President. On day one, President Trump lit the fuse on Elon Musk's plan to hollow out the federal government by changing the name of an obscure technical office within the White House, the U.S. Digital Services, USDS, and called it DOGE without congressional authorization and giving it extraordinary reach into the operations of the federal agencies. Since then, we have heard report after report about how Mr. Musk and DOGE have rammed their way into agencies, not to make smart decisions, not to improve efficiency, not to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, but to disrupt, denigrate, and demoralize. And along the way, DOGE has made incredible blunders, such as firing and then scrambling to rehire employees at the National Nuclear Security Administration. Let me repeat that. Mr. Musk and his minions fired the people who keep nuclear weapons safe, and then someone realized, fortunately, within a few days, they had to come back. And here's another example. Musk and his hackers made CIA send an unclassified email with the names of its recent hires. Boy, if I was in the Russian security service, I'd love to get a list, which they did, of everyone who's going into the CIA. They also cut staff from the Federal Aviation Administration, the National Weather Service, who prevent and warn every American of travel and weather dangers. And it goes beyond that. Agricultural interests listen daily to the reports, the accurate reports of the Weather Service, so they can plan their crops, they can plan everything. And that's being withered away, and I think the ultimate goal is to privatize it, which is not the best way to go. These actions don't just reflect incredible incompetence, they are dangerous. They undermine national security and increase risk for American citizens. In any other setting, blunders like these would be grounds for firing. But Musk and DOGE operate with arrogance, impunity, and zero transparency. Millions of Americans are asking, who are these people? As the ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Subcommittee, the subcommittee that ostensibly oversees the budget for the White House, USDS, and DOGE, I'm asking the same question, because Congress, like the American people, is being kept in the dark. As appropriators, we typically work together on a bipartisan basis, no matter which party is in the White House, to get information, to conduct oversight, to ensure that federal dollars are spent in accordance with the laws passed by Congress. But now, without authorization from Congress, DOGE is recklessly slashing its way through virtually every federal agency, from the Office of Personnel Management to Treasury to HUD to State to USAID and to the Department of Defense, and more. It's vital that we understand what DOGE is and isn't. While Elon Musk tells us and the American people that DOGE is maximally transparent, it is not. We still do not have answers to fundamental questions like, what is the scope of DOGE's work? How many people work at DOGE, and who are they? Do they also hold jobs outside the federal government? What are their financial holdings and potential conflicts of interest? Do they have allegiances to foreign governments? Will DOGE respond to requests under the Freedom of Information Act? What are its plans to reform agencies? Who is DOGE firing and why? And many, many other questions. And unfortunately, when DOGE shares information, it is frequently wrong. As the New York Times reported, 5 of DOGE's biggest claimed savings were deleted from its website because they were inaccurate. This includes a canceled USAID contract for $650 million, which was counted by DOGE 3 times. A canceled Social Security contract was erroneously listed as being worth $232 million instead of the actual $560,000. And a canceled ICE contract was listed as saving $8 billion instead of $8 million. If you're going to name something the Department of Government Efficiency, don't you owe it to the taxpayers to actually do a good job? On top of having zero accountability, DOG's legal authority to operate is dubious. DOGE has essentially taken over the USDS, which was originally established to help federal agencies more adeptly utilize technology to serve the American people. Over the years, USDS helped establish everything from direct file, which helps taxpayers file their taxes for free, to direct mail COVID tests, to a successful online passport renewal protocol. DOGE is now using the hollowed shell of USDS to illegally undo the American federal government, moving from agency to agency, cutting congressionally appropriated funds, spend priorities, and even dismantling entire agencies. The bottom line is that DOGE is without congressional authorization and without direct funding from Congress is acting to undermine the federal government. And frankly, contempt to the United States Congress as a constitutional body who creates the laws. The president's challenge in the Constitution is to enforce those laws, not to circumvent the Congress of the United States. Based on press report, it appears to be DOGE are populated by a mixture of unelected billionaires, tech executives, and unvetted, inexperienced people, including an individual who is found to have posted racist tweets. This gang is being granted access to America's most sensitive data, like your bank accounts, your Social Security accounts, and it would seem a host of classified intelligence. And how are they using this information? How are they protecting this information from our enemies? Is it being shared with outside entities? Is DOGE simply being used to give Mr. Musk, his companies, and his billionaire friends an advantage when competing for government contracts? We simply don't know what this gang is doing with inside the government. Every single day that passes without transparency to taxpayers and essentially has circumvented the constitutional responsibilities of the United States Congress. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I'd ask unanimous consent that the following members be permitted to speak prior to the lunch recess. Myself for up to 15 minutes, Senator Murray up to 10 minutes, Senator Cantwell up to 5 minutes, and Senator Britt for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, as everybody knows, tonight President Trump will give an address to a joint session of Congress. I look forward to attending the President's address, and I am happy to welcome my friend Abraham George, who will join me as a guest tonight. In addition, 3 other Texans will be joining the President tonight as his guests. Alexis Nunguri from Houston, Texas, is an angel mom who lost her lovely 11-year-old daughter, Jocelyn. Jocelyn was tragically murdered by 2 illegal immigrants who, just weeks before they were apprehended and released by the Biden administration. Next, from Texas, Roberto Ortiz from Weslaco is one of our brave veterans who served nearly a decade in the U.S. Border Patrol. Roberto's courage in the face of danger has been tested repeatedly as he's been shot on multiple occasions by cartel members while on the line of duty near the Rio Grande River in my home state. And finally, Elliston Berry from Aledo, Texas, is a 15-year-old victim of computer-generated deep fakes. I applaud Elliston for her courage in joining us here tonight for using her voice to speak out against the dangers imposed by new technologies. President Trump has rightfully turned the page on a wide array of President Biden's disastrous policies, from reforming our runaway spending through DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, to prioritizing investment in semiconductors and manufacturing, to bringing our hostages held in Gaza back home to their families. But perhaps one of his most significant accomplishments thus far, and it's only been about 6 weeks, has been when it comes to border security, something near and dear to my heart and the heart of my 31 million constituents who call Texas home. Border security played a significant role in the mandate that the President got last November. The past 4 years were marked by President Biden's failure to enforce the law and to secure our border. And this was without a doubt a crisis, a humanitarian and public safety crisis of the former administration's own making. This was truly a man-made crisis. Starting from the campaign trail, President Biden invited the massive wave of migration by promising a, quote, surge to the border for asylum seekers. Can you imagine a president inviting a surge to the U.S. border of asylum seekers? This is one promise that, unfortunately, he kept. But President Biden's failures went far beyond just his rhetoric. In the early days of his presidency, President Biden basically reversed every policy President Trump had put in place, including the Remain in Mexico policy, which has been remarkably effective. In other words, people seeking asylum need to remain in Mexico while their claim is being processed. And the truth is, only about 15% of people who claim asylum in America who appear in front of an immigration judge ultimately are granted asylum. They meet the legal criteria, whereas the other 85% do not. The Biden administration also halted construction of President Trump's border wall and instead used federal funds to store already paid for wall materials. So not only did the taxpayer pay for those materials, they had to pay for the storage of those materials when they weren't used for their intended purpose. As the border crisis continued to evolve for the worse, President Biden ended Title 42, the COVID-19 policy era policy that was our last line of defense to keep a lid on the migrant crisis when President Biden refused to enforce other laws. After undoing the successful executive orders made by the first President Trump administration, President Biden then decided to circumvent Congress and attempt to make illegal immigration legal, using temporary programs that were never intended for that purpose. His Department of Homeland Security created the CBP One app, the short for Customs and Border Protection, an app for your phone which allowed migrants to literally schedule a visit to a port of entry so they could then claim asylum and then enter the country. Another Biden-Harris administration program allowed up to 30,000 migrants a month to enter from 4 countries, Cuba, Haiti, and Nicaragua, and Venezuela. So that was 360,000 migrants who were basically told, if you come, you can stay in the United States. But they were conferred a temporary status that left them all in legal limbo. And let's not forget the Biden White House cooking the books on illegal immigration by abusing the parole system.
Now, parole is a word that people who are familiar with the criminal justice system understand, but this is different. In immigration terms, parole means you were essentially released into the United States even if you didn't claim a right to be able to stay. For example, a right to asylum. You're just simply released as a border control measure to avoid bad publicity at the border when people were sleeping in the streets and lines were stacking up. Of course, we know what the tragic consequences of these misguided policies look like: a crisis of mass illegal immigration, human trafficking, drug trafficking across our southern border. Approximately 100,000 Americans die each year as a result of drugs that come across the southern border. Approximately 70,000 from synthetic opioids like fentanyl, which is the leading cause of death for young people between the age of 18 and 45. During all 4 years of the Biden administration, the number of illegal migrant encounters with CBP totaled over 10 million. That's basically 10 million people showing up and saying, let me into your country, and the Biden administration said, come on in. But on top of that, there were about 1.7 million gotaways. Now, gotaways are people who were evading law enforcement, who appear on some sensor, a camera or some other sensor, and evade law enforcement. And of course, now we know they are freely roaming the interior of the United States. Now, let me ask you this. If you know that you could show up at the border and be allowed to enter, basically ushered into the country, why in the world would you evade Border Patrol? Well, I think the simple answer is these are people who knew that they would not be able to enter because of criminal records, because they were transporting drugs, or engaged in some other illegal activity. Yet they made their way into the interior of the United States. Fentanyl, which I mentioned a moment ago, was manufactured from Chinese precursor chemicals smuggled through the open border, which has taken tens of thousands of lives. And the people of Texas, the 31 million people that I'm honored to represent, have felt the burden of President Biden's disastrous border policies most acutely because we are closest to the problem. We are at ground zero. Governor Abbott, our outstanding governor in the Texas legislature, filled the gap when the federal government refused to do its job along the border. An international border is the responsibility of the federal government, not the state government. But what's the state supposed to do if the federal government says, we don't care about the law, we're not going to enforce it, it's up to you? Well, Governor Abbott and the Texas legislature stepped up, and they spent roughly $11.1 billion to fill the gap that should have been filled by the federal government. And for that reason, I am insisting that Congress fulfill Governor Abbott's request to be reimbursed the $11.1 billion that the state taxpayers had to spend that rightfully should have been the expense of the federal government and federal taxpayers all across the country. There could be no doubt that this historic crisis was the direct result of President Biden's policies, and that's one reason why I believe not only he did not run, but Vice President Harris lost the election. It was a rejection of those open border policies. I'm looking forward to hearing the President discuss tonight the incredible strides his administration has made in just about 6 weeks since his inauguration. Nowhere is that success more apparent than when it comes to border security. After 4 years of record highs, CBP is now facing record lows. The Border Patrol tells me now we can do our job. We're not relegated to changing diapers or transporting migrants from one facility to another. We can actually keep out the worst of the worst and enforce the laws when it comes to border security. As soon as President Trump was elected, even before he took office, the migrant flows began to subside.
That's called deterrence. If you know the law is going to be enforced and you know you're not going to be successful in making your way into the country, why would you spend thousands of dollars in order to pay off a cartel member to smuggle you up to the border? During November and December of last year, after the election, encounters were at their lowest levels between the ports of entry, the lowest levels since August of 2020. In the first 2 weeks of January, Customs and Border Protection encounters were nearly 50% lower than they were at the same point in January 2021, 50% lower. During the latter half of the month when President Trump actually took office, apprehensions fell by a staggering 85% compared to the same period in 2024. You know, the statement's often made, elections have consequences. Well, one of the most important consequences of President Trump's election on November the 5th was we are now reestablishing border security. And the people of this great country are safer for it. During the entire month of January, there were less than 1,500 apprehensions a day, a nearly 40% decline from December of last year. And just 1 week ago, Customs and Border Protection hit a 15-year low of only 200 encounters in 1 day at the southern border. These numbers are pretty impressive, but they are not at all surprising. They are a direct result of the deterrent effect created by President Trump and Secretary Noem's policy changes. Migrants know that a Trump administration means our laws will be enforced. If you can make your way into our country using legal means, by all means, do so. As I mentioned earlier, our country is the most generous in the world when it comes to legal immigration. We naturalize about 1 million people a year. So if you have a desire to come to America, do it through legal means, not through illegal means. Instead of rolling out the welcome mat like President Biden, President Trump started his second administration by turning the traffic light red instead of green. On day one, President Trump declared a national emergency, which it was, at the southern border, giving him greater flexibility to implement his executive orders. He reinstated the Remain in Mexico policy and ended President Biden's disastrous catch and release policies. Secretary Noem, our new Secretary of Homeland Security, began her tenure in the President's cabinet by sending a clear video message to migrants that she intends to enforce the laws that prevent illegal immigration. But she didn't stop there. Under President Trump and his administration, ICE arrests, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE arrests have increased more than 600%, which included arrests of criminal migrants, which have doubled. They've returned to a common-sense, case-by-case approach to humanitarian parole, which had been abused under the Biden administration, where it was used as a way to have mass releases of migrants at the border who made no legitimate claim to be able to stay. They were just released. Secretary Noem has also clawed back the $80 million a month spent by FEMA to house illegal migrants in luxury hotels in New York City. That's where your tax dollars went, to put people who had no legal claim to stay in the United States in hotels in New York City to the tune of $80 million. These policies are welcome. They're good news to my constituents in Texas, and I believe to people across the country. There's a reason why Secretary Mayorkas, who the former Secretary of Homeland Security, who was responsible for implementing the border security measures of the Biden administration, there was a reason why he was impeached by the House of Representatives. He simply did not do the job he had sworn to do. Well, Texans have had to bear the brunt of open borders for 4 years, which includes rampant crime and deadly fentanyl. So I look forward to working with President Trump and Secretary Noem to continue the important work they have begun to keep Americans and Texans safe. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, no one wants a shutdown. Well, actually, no one except Elon Musk, who recently said that sounds great, or Donald Trump or Russ Vought. That is why I have been at the table this entire time, ready to pass a bill that protects key investments and makes sure that Congress, not Donald Trump or Elon Musk, decides whether or not our public schools or our life-saving cancer funding research gets funded. Unfortunately, Republican leadership told their members last week to walk away from the negotiating table, which raises the risk of a shutdown in an attempt to pass a clean, year-long continuing resolution that would actually give Trump and Musk exactly what they want: fewer restraints and more power over federal spending so they can pick winners and losers as they see fit, which would hurt all of our constituents. Nonetheless, I am urging Republican leadership to come back to the table. They are willing to do that and work with us on full-year funding bills, the type of work we do together every year, and prevent a shutdown while we do that. We cannot stand by and accept a year-long power grab CR that would help Elon take a chainsaw to programs that families rely on, like yours, or keeps our agencies together that keep our communities safe. We actually have a job to do here, Republicans and Democrats, to be a voice for our constituents, to advocate for the funding that they need, and to get support back to our communities. I have heard my House Republican colleagues say they will not restrict a Republican president's powers. I want to be clear. What I'm asking for is to work together to make sure, as we write and negotiate these full-year spending bills, our laws get followed. I welcome, and I want everyone to know, I'm open to any and all ideas about how we can work together to do that. I am confident, Mr. President, we can get this done. I'm ready to pass a short-term CR immediately to take down the risk of a shutdown so that we can finish our negotiations and write our full-year spending bills, which is our job to do. Now, today, on a topic I believe appropriators actually on both sides of the aisle would agree with, we need far more information and transparency and accountability from the Trump administration in order to write these bills. Because here's one big problem. How are we supposed to fund the government when many of our agencies today are not responding to our questions, and we have no clear picture of what is actually or who is actually in charge of many of our agencies? It is clear as day there have been a lot of dramatic changes made across the government. Agencies are being illegally shuttered. Workers are being fired by the thousands, again, often in direct violation of laws we passed, and hundreds of billions of dollars in federal programs and grants have been frozen, unfrozen, frozen again. We've had contracts that have been recklessly canceled, some accidentally and then restarted, not to mention the workers that were fired and rehired. It is incredibly chaotic, and it makes it much harder to write our legislation that actually responds to these latest developments when programs are switching on and off again like a 2-year-old is playing with a light switch, and when the number of people in programs illegally terminated remains unclear. It is much more difficult to write funding bills for department programs when we have no idea what the department is actually doing or what the actual plan is for next year, or it's actually them or perhaps DOJ making the plans in the first place. When we are seeing decisions made and reversed, made and ignored, made by people who have no authority to make them, and yet seemingly being implemented, and it's not just the whirlwind of decisions that are causing this chaos, it is the complete lack of transparency and accountability surrounding these decisions from Trump and Musk that makes it all but impossible to get a straight answer. When we have questions that urgently need answers, like, why has this energy program been frozen? Or when will the NIH grants start up again? or which VA contracts have actually been scrapped, or how many workers have been pushed out, then it helps if we know who's actually in charge. When our constituents have problems that require solutions quickly, or they will have to close a business, or lay people off, or lose their family farm, then it matters that we can get the right person on the phone to get things resolved. And yet, when there is information we urgently need so we can write our funding bills and avoid a shutdown, like agency priorities or unexpected challenges, or just the basic nuts and bolts of stuff, to say nothing of the information we need to address the very extraordinary circumstances and decisions of the past few weeks, it is totally unclear who we should actually be talking to if we want answers that actually reflect the reality of what's happening. It is totally unclear who is actually making these decisions and who is actually in charge. Appropriators have now sent over 30 letters to agencies since January 20th asking to just understand agency actions. And that's to say nothing of the efforts from me and my staff to get answers to our emails and our calls. But the answers have been few and very far between. And what's more, just because we hear something from someone who should know, just because we hear from someone who should be in charge, we have found that does not mean it's actually true. And there's more than one time in the past few weeks where we've been told one thing, only to see the reality is entirely different. Like, for example, when the OMB funding freeze was implemented, and we were told it won't affect Head Start, except that it did affect Head Start. Providers in my state were locked out of that payment system for days, even after the funding freeze itself was rescinded. It seems like the only thing that has been consistent about the last few weeks is that every time there's been chaos, every time I see actions that fly in the face of laws we have passed, not to mention common sense, or contradict what I have heard from agency leaders, DOJ has been at the center of it. We have seen DOJ absolutely trample the authority of Congress and other federal agencies, including officials Congress confirmed. For example, while Secretary Rubio instituted a recklessly broad and illegal freeze of all foreign assistance funding, he publicly announced exceptions for a limited set of programs, including life-saving aid. The basic idea being that we probably shouldn't let HIV spread rampant, and we probably shouldn't let food grown right here in America rot in ports while children starve. Causing mass death through pointless negligence is not really a good strategy for bolstering our global reputation. It is cruel, and it is self-defeating. So as Secretary of State, he made the exception. But DOJ had other plans, because on the rare occasion that what was left of USAID staff who had not been sidelined was able to clear these payments through the agency's interim leadership, surprise, DOJ staffers would veto those payments anyway. Keep in mind, we don't know about this because the DOJ disclosed it or state disclosed it. We know only because of reporting. That, Mr. President, is not how this works. Congress and the American people we represent should not be out of the loop, especially given the serious stakes here and the serious questions that remain, like on what authority did they veto those payments? Whose orders did they use to overrule the Secretary? I, for one, would very much like to know, because while the Secretary is guilty of plenty of the tax on his workforce and programs, it certainly seems like the Secretary of State got steamrolled on numerous occasions without even knowing it. And if that's the case, who are we supposed to talk to with questions about states' funding needs? The Secretary or the two DOJ minions who actually have their hands directly on the levers of power here? And let's not forget about what happened at Treasury. DOJ wanted access to our most secure systems. Agency officials told them no. And then the agency officials were told they're fired. That sent a chilling message to our federal workers. You stand up to DOJ at your own peril. And it's not just Treasury. DOGE has been worming its way into department after department, making a beeline for the most sensitive systems, including ones storing my constituents' sensitive financial data, and bulldozing over anyone who stands in the way for any reason. We don't even know who all of these people are or whether they even have security clearances. They have even had people fired for denying them access to classified material beyond their security levels. That is how completely unchecked their power has become. And we have incredibly little insight into what they are actually doing with those sensitive systems. We've seen DOGE claim they can only view some data. That's already deeply concerning, but there are also plenty of indications they have been given more power at times, and they are interested in tinkering around with some of these systems too, or unaccountably blocking payments like we saw at USAID. Let's talk about the Defense Department, because first Secretary Hegseth was saying he wanted to revive the, quote, warrior spirit at the department, but now he's telling employees to reply to DOGE's weekly emails. He is firing thousands of defense personnel, and he's asking every corner of DOD to propose major cuts. So as an appropriator trying to write full-year bills that fund our military, which is it? Major increases or major cuts? And who do I ask about the department needs? Is this up to the secretary or up to DOGE? And who at DOGE is even steering this ship? We need to know this kind of thing, and we really needed to know yesterday, because we have a deadline coming up for funding the military, and we have some serious questions for whoever is in charge about how the administration is approaching things. And when I say whoever is in charge, I don't mean who is in charge on paper, because it seems like there is a big disconnect. I mean who is actually making decisions and driving actions at our agencies and at DOGE for that matter. Because look, first Elon was running DOGE with Vivek. Then it was just Elon. Then it supposedly wasn't Elon at all. But then Elon kept right on posting about hiring decisions like someone in charge and rehiring an individual who resigned after their blatant racism came to light. And he kept right on doing press availabilities with the president in the Oval Office to discuss his work at DOGE like someone in charge. So it sure looks like Elon is still head of DOGE. And even after we were all finally told with great supposed certainty DOGE is actually being run by another person no one had ever mentioned, we then promptly learned, oh, she's on vacation. And the very next day, we saw Elon briefing the cabinet on what he is doing at DOGE. If that all seems confusing or contradictory, I don't think it's an accident as much as a smokescreen. One that seems designed to hide the obvious fact that Elon Musk is the one who's calling the shots at DOGE. And all of us here in Congress really need to know that, because he is the richest man in the world, with billions actually in government contracts on the line. And he is apparently in charge of his own conflicts of interest. We're just supposed to trust him? Has he recused himself from a single decision? We haven't heard anything about that. As a steward of taxpayer dollars who wants to make sure the bills we write are implemented to help my constituents, not Elon Musk's bottom line, I would like to know. Did the owner of SpaceX recuse himself from decisions gutting NASA? Did the owner of Tesla interfere at all in the funding freezes that hurt his competition in the electric vehicle market? Does the guy who posted criticizing Verizon's work for FAA and pitching his own company Starlink as an alternative have anything to do with the reports the government may reverse course now on the Verizon contract? Did the guy selling satellite internet have any role in halting funds that were helping my constituents access to broadband? Or what about all the watchdogs that have been fired? People reviewing Neuralink devices at FDA. people at the agency that reviews the safety of Tesla's self-driving cars, or the Inspector General looking into Elon's connections to foreign governments. Despite what Musk likes to pretend, it is not in the slightest bit transparent for him alone to be deciding what he hides and what he shares about his role in government. Nor is it transparent when DOGE is posting updates that are often completely inaccurate, from getting basic math wrong to getting wrong basic timelines of what Trump did versus Biden, to not understanding how our contracts work and counting the same cuts over and over and over again. They aren't being transparent. They are muddying up the waters with falsehoods and disinformation and making it that much harder for us to write meaningful funding bills in the next few days. I mean, if DOGE doesn't even know what programs they've cut and how much they've cut, how are we supposed to understand how these decisions hurt our constituents? How are we supposed to write legislation that rejects the cuts we find harmful or even aligns if there are areas of agreement? Mr. President, we need real answers from DOGE, and we need them as soon as possible. So once again, I am requesting that Elon Musk come before Congress for a hearing to be held accountable for the American people. Tell us, what exactly are you doing? Why are you firing federal employees whose salaries are covered by fees, not by taxpayer dollars? Why are you firing our veterans by the thousands who are doing work to support our communities? Why are you planning to fire the people who make sure seniors get their Social Security checks? Who are the people who work for you? How were they vetted? What are your long-term plans for this agency? And based on what authority are you overruling our secretaries, directing federal workers, and ignoring the laws we pass here in Congress? America's waiting. We are losing valuable time. Congress and the American people deserve answers, and we need them to do their jobs. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Washington.
I rise to speak today on important public policy issues related to my state's economy, and appreciate the opportunity to follow our senior senator, Senator Murray, who is articulating the impact of some of these so important issues.
Microphone.
Public policy issues on the state of Washington. Trade is the lifeblood of the state of Washington and our economy. Farmers in my state export $7.5 billion worth of agricultural products a year. That was the number from 2023, $7.5 billion. So anytime somebody starts a trade war, I guarantee you're going to get our attention. Under the president's trade war, the farmers in my state are going to be the first victims. Trump said to our farmers yesterday on Truth Social, quote, "Tariffs will go external on products on April 2nd. Have fun," end quote. Have fun? Have fun? When retaliatory tariffs strike our farmers, just as they did in the first Trump administration, it's not going to be fun. It's going to be a nightmare for our farmers. And many of the farmers in my state worry that they will be able to farm at all. It's not like they're going to lose farmland. There are rich people, billionaires, software executives who will buy farmland. We're going to lose farmers. I know this because we've already been through this trade war with many of my farmers struggling to overcome the damage that was wrought during the first Trump administration. The last time we went down this road, we lost the apple market because of retaliatory tariffs. We had a $120 million market that basically collapsed practically overnight in India. And I traveled to India and worked hard over several years to lift those tariffs. And now we finally are back growing our exports exponentially, but the market still isn't fully recovered. And now people are questioning what's going to happen next. I heard from one grower in my state who said, quote, "The alarms in ag are sounding. The band has stopped playing, and the last lifeboats are leaving the ship. We cannot endure another cycle similar to the one that was started 7 years ago when tariffs were first put in place, and without meaningful, long-lasting solutions, you may very well be looking at the last generation of farm families," end quote. That's just one of my constituents. He doesn't sound like he's having fun. These family legacies built on generations of work cannot be lost in a trade war. You can't get them back once they're gone. I hope my colleagues will slow down on this tariff tirade. Under Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution, Congress has the power to set duties and regulate foreign commerce. However, Congress has spent the last 80 years delegating its tariff authority to presidents. You could say, okay, well, that might have been okay because previous Democrat and Republican presidents worked to lower tariffs and to open up markets. I have voted for many of those trade agreements. But this president, I believe, is abusing this authority. He calls it an emergency. He's using the trade wars to supposedly force countries to do things like changing their border policies. I believe it's time for Congress to start taking back some of that power and considering how we're going to protect the family farm. We know this, that in my state, families are paying more for groceries. They're paying more at the gas pump, they're paying more at electricity bills, and they are seeing the stock market plummet because as businesses grapple with Trump's unnecessary trade war, businesses are concerned about the long-term impacts of the supply chain and the costs of those tariffs. The American people want to see the administration tackle inflation and the high cost of everything. When President Trump was on the campaign trail, he talked about inflation. He said, quote, "Starting day one, we will end inflation and make sure that America makes affordable again and bring down prices on all goods," end quote. Well, I don't think that's what's happening today. The Wall Street Journal editorial board put it well this morning when they wrote, quote, "Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge," end quote. I agree. We don't need to be doing this. These tariffs are a tax on groceries bought by every American. Canada is the largest exporter of meat to the United States, while 77% of fresh vegetables are imported from Mexico and 11% are imported from Canada. So costs are going up on every American who is buying, and that means they will also buy less. The tariffs on Canada and Mexican goods that President Trump is planning would cost American families an estimated $1,200 per year. According to Anderson economic group, tariffs could raise the price of a new car as much as $12,000. I'm pretty sure nobody has extra money for a new car. Housing costs are one of the biggest drivers on inflation, but President Trump's tariffs would drive up the cost of construction material, making it even more expensive to address our housing shortage, slow our new home construction. And one analysis found that tariffs could push home construction up by 4 to 6% over the next 12 months. I can tell you, we already have expensive housing in the Northwest. We can't afford another 4 to 6%. And the tariffs also create supply chain disruptions, making it harder to find alternative sources of materials, delaying projects that are already underway. And these short-term sticker shocks will put long-term pressure on housing affordability, making the problem worse, not solving it. Just last week, when people want to talk about GDP and where this is going, it's amazing that the Atlanta Fed was forecasting GDP growth over 2% for the first quarter of 2025. That's literally what this line here was discussing, that the consensus was 2%, and even the Fed was weighing in on that. But we can see when we got to February, we fell off a cliff. We fell off a cliff. And why? Because now the Atlanta Fed is saying we had one swing of 5% in just 1 week, and now this drop is the representation of a cliff that President Trump is pushing the American economy over. So you can see they're going down to negative, not just zero growth, but negative. Mr. President, we can't afford that, and we can't afford the stock market dropping 700 points yesterday. The only way that we can work together is that if my colleagues here will start talking about these tariff issues. We don't need to weaken our institutions here. We need to strengthen them. And our colleagues need to work together to resolve these issues. I would say, too, that as my colleagues start to plan how we deal with these budget issues, that we should also keep in mind that some of the cuts that these agencies have been facing are really the cuts to some of the most technical jobs the United States government has. Whether you're talking about NOAA or the National Weather Service or the National Institutes of Health or the National Science Foundation or the U.S. Department of Agriculture, they've all been targeted for reductions. These agencies are critical to our economic growth and to our security. And at a time when we are seeing more extreme weather events or more floods or more wildfires, why shouldn't we be investing more in weather forecasting, not less? And when you look at NOAA workers who support our commercial and recreation and tribal fisheries, they employ 1.7 million people, including thousands in the state of Washington. Why would you cut specialized workforce that are helping support the growth of GDP? Because you want to basically cut those technical workers at the same time you're putting on tariffs? In 2023, the National Institute of Health awarded $1.2 billion in highly competitive grants to the state of Washington, 65 different organizations. This supported 12,000 jobs and generated $3 billion in economic activity. But DOGE wants to cap the overhead expenses of research. University of Washington Medicine tells me that this would leave them with shortfalls and that they might have to stop clinical trials that are underway. You can't just stop medical research like it's a faucet. Once halted, the research, the data, the clinical trials, the patients, the laboratories, the equipment, all that led to innovation will be lost. You think you just turn that back on? You know, these kinds of ideas sound great, but they're not well thought out. It's literally throwing tax dollars away. Tonight, my guest at the State of the Union will be Dr. Paul Lang from the University of Washington. With support of federal funding, Dr. Lang helped develop early detection tests for prostate cancer. Because of these tests and other treatment breakthroughs, we have seen a decrease in the death rate from prostate cancer. From 1993 to 2022, it dropped by 1/2. Significant progress. That is why we need research dollars to save lives. Similarly, the Washington State University researchers actively test on novel drug treatment for advanced prostate cancer at Sharma Lab. If its work is disrupted, they say that, quote, risk potentially is high, not being able to replace data and endangering the ultimate viability of potentially life-saving treatments, end quote. There are lives that might not be saved because of these budget cuts. So it is time, Mr. President, that Congress get involved, that we fight for the science that we believe will save lives, move our country forward, and grow our GDP, and help our farmers by stopping these trade wars and putting our farmers back in charge of growing an economy for the future. I hope that we don't cut ARS funding that USDA depends on. I hope that we will give hope to our future constituents in the growth that we need to grow our economy instead of cutting our opportunity. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, I have 3 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and the minority leader.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Mr. President, on November 5th, President Donald J. Trump was elected to a second term on the back of a big tent coalition. In 2024, this election showed us that we needed to put the finishing touches on a shift that we've seen occurring in our party and our nation. The Republican Party is the party of parents. We're the party of families, and we're the party of hard-working Americans. And we have an opportunity to prove it, starting with addressing our country's child care crisis. Mr. President, anyone who has kids can attest to this. It is incredibly difficult to find affordable, accessible, high-quality child care. When I was a student in Tuscaloosa, I had gone back to school with essentially a newborn and an 11-month-old and decided, why not? Law school sounds good. I joke that on the scale of bad ideas I've had in my life, and I've had a few, that one is without a doubt number 1. In the midst of trying to figure out my 1L year, I also had to figure out childcare. And it was challenging for me to find a place where I could get both of my kids in. So at the very beginning, there I was, taking one child to one place and one child to another, all hoping to show up at torts on time, and then get back before you get fined, picking them both up and hoping traffic didn't keep me from being late. When my husband and I had the opportunity to move to Birmingham, where he began his new career, and I had one more year of law school left, we got them immediately, both of our kids, into one child care facility. But the check that we wrote, Mr. President, wow, it felt like I was writing a check for a college tuition and not a check for a 3- and a 4-year-old to be cared for and loved and educated during the day. Well, I tell you what, the problem, that was, 13 years ago? It's only gotten worse. Child care costs had been increased. They've actually increased 36% over the last 10 years, actually outpacing inflation. It's gotten to the point where parents, on average, y'all, are spending 22% of their income on child care. The median annual price of child care in this country is about $15,600. The cost is crushing for so many parents. It's also prohibitive. So ask yourself this. How many married couples do you think about having another child? They want to, and they start looking at the dollars and cents and feel like they can't financially afford it? To my fellow Republicans, don't we want to incentivize rather than deter parents from starting their families? And how can we, as the party of life and the party of families and the party of parents and the party of workers, neglect to make that easier? If our goal is creating a comprehensive culture of life, and that should absolutely be our goal, then we have a role to play in the child care space. But families are not the only ones that are affected by the current state of child care in this country. The amount of money that the American economy loses annually because of child care, the challenges that we face as a result of the affordability and accessibility are staggering. Our economy loses $122 billion a year. 74% of mothers and 66% of fathers either have to leave work early, arrive late, or be absent because of last-minute changes in childcare. 59% of part-time or non-working parents say they would go back to work. They want to go back to work. But unfortunately, they don't have access to quality childcare at a reasonable cost. That isn't good for the broader economy, and it isn't good for American workers. President Trump has made it clear he wants America to be a place that builds things once again. He wants to unleash a golden era for made in America excellence, where the skill, hard work, and ingenuity of our people accomplishes the impossible and changes the world. To accomplish that goal, which I wholeheartedly agree with, we need to tackle the child care affordability crisis. Ultimately, this is a workforce crisis as well. That's where a two-pronged approach that I have introduced today alongside a number of my colleagues, Mr. President, comes into play. With the Child Care Workforce Act and the Child Care Availability and Affordability Act, it consists of targeted investments in families and small businesses. It modernizes our existing tax credits so that our policy reflects our current economic reality. It's a good example of common sense policymaking. We are not creating or growing another entitlement. We are letting Americans keep more of their hard-earned taxpayer dollars in a manner that grows our economy and gives people an opportunity for their American dream. And we're offering job creators an incentive to invest directly into hardworking people with child care-related benefits. We'll help couples who want to have more children. We'll help parents be able to re-enter the workforce after having kids. And we'll help our job creators, especially small businesses, recruit and retain workers. This legislation is pro-family. It's pro-Main Street. It's pro-growth. For the first time in years, the Republican Party controls both chambers of Congress, Mr. President, and the White House. We have an opportunity we can't afford to waste. If we truly are the party of parents and families and hard-working Americans, we have an opportunity to prove it. Let's address the child care crisis in this year's tax package, Mr. President. I think America will be better for it. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
The Senate will come to order. The Senator from New Hampshire.
Madam President, is the Senate in a quorum call?
No.
Thank you. I come to the floor today because I am concerned about President Trump's actions to, I believe, start a trade war with our top two trading partners, Canada and Mexico. All goods coming from Canada and Mexico, as of midnight last night, I guess midnight today, face a 25% tax. That is all except Canadian energy, which is taxed at 10%. Trump's tariffs will make everything from gas to heating to groceries to lumber and more expensive for everyday Americans. And I think it bears repeating that tariffs are paid by consumers. They're paid by Americans, not by other countries. And what the president is doing amounts to a new tax for Americans. For example, heating oil and propane that keeps hundreds of thousands of Granite Staters warm in the winter is going to cost more. We're going to add about $150 to $250 to the cost of heating homes in New Hampshire. And gas prices are going to go up. In New Hampshire, half of the fuel in our cars and trucks comes from Canada, and U.S. refineries across the Midwest use Canadian oil. The U.S. imports 80% of its potash fertilizer from Canada, and this tariff makes farming and food more expensive. It's unclear how the American auto industry is going to continue to operate. Ford's CEO said these tariffs will, and I quote, blow a hole in the U.S. industry that we have never seen, with up to $12,000 added to the cost of a car. And this will make lumber and electrical equipment that we need to build housing at a time when housing is already in short supply. It will make them more expensive and harder to find. Those are just a few examples. There are countless other imports that American businesses and families rely on that are going to be hit hard. And these tariffs do nothing to bring down those costs. They do just the opposite. These tariffs could add $1,200 to an average household's yearly costs. And we won't have to wait very long for the impact to be felt. It's already being felt on Wall Street and the stock market. Target's CEO said this morning that the consumer, and I quote, will likely see price increases over the next couple of days. And for small businesses, these tariff taxes will be felt by small businesses in all of our states. I was here a month ago today sharing stories from business owners in New Hampshire who weren't sure how they were going to keep operating if specialized machinery that they can only get from Canada suddenly costs 25% more. And since that time, I've heard from even more people in New Hampshire, more small businesses. Last week, I heard from a small company in Windham, New Hampshire. It makes allergen-free cookies, and they can only get certain ingredients for those cookies from Canada. The CEO built her business, which now employs 30 people, and now she can't be sure if they're even going to be able to keep going, let alone keep growing. When I spoke with business representatives across New Hampshire last month, the theme they kept coming back to was uncertainty. As a former small business owner, I know that uncertainty is the most destabilizing aspect of running and growing a business. Yet, that's what this administration keeps creating. Yesterday, we learned that new orders from manufacturers dropped in February for the first time in 22 years. For the first time in 22 years, new orders from manufacturers dropped because companies can't work with this level of uncertainty. Last Wednesday, the president was talking about Canadian tariffs going into effect April 2nd. The very next morning, he announced 25% tariffs would go into effect today. The whiplash is hard to imagine. I spoke last month about a bus company, C&J Bus Lines in New Hampshire, that was worried about these tariffs and what it would mean for their bottom line. Well, the CEO moved up his delivery date to get 3 buses in late March before these taxes were set to go into effect. But his costs just went up more than $450,000. Businesses plan months, quarters, or years in advance. They need to place orders and plot out their growth in order to succeed. How can they plan when they can't even know whether their costs are going to go up 25% overnight? How can a developer know if they can start building the housing that New Hampshire desperately needs if their lumber costs 25% more overnight? And how can a family already struggling with high costs continue to pay the rent or put food on the table if their household costs are going to go up $1,200 this year? I want families and businesses to know that the whims of this president are not going to cause them to break the bank on everyday items they need to get by. That's why I introduced the Protecting Americans from Tax Hikes on Imported Goods Act. It's a simple change, really. It says that the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, IEPA, can no longer be used to place taxes on imports. If the president needs to block some dangerous product, he still can. But if there's a real threat, we'd want to stop it, not just add a tariff tax. That's what my bill does. It would stop these tariffs on goods and energy coming from Canada and Mexico, and it would give businesses and families more certainty to plan for the future and to keep their hard-earned dollars in their pockets. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S-151 and that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam President. Reserving the right to object. IEPA is a powerful tool that provides the President with a range of authorities to protect our national security. With all the challenges facing our nation, now is not the time to be limiting presidential power. And that's exactly what Senator Shaheen's bill would do. Instead, we must use every tool available to combat these threats. And we are already seeing results. As an example, Colombia accepts migrant return flights. We have seen Mexico and Canada take initial credible steps to combat fentanyl and illegal immigration. Now is not the time to tie the hands of President Trump. Thank you, and I look forward to working with my colleagues in the Senate through regular order to ensure that we take every step to protect our national security. I object.
Action is heard.
I know that my colleague from Oregon wants to speak to this issue, but I just want to respond in a couple of ways, and I know my colleague from South Carolina cares about the issues that I'm going to address. But he mentioned fentanyl, and that's what the president has used to justify the tariffs. He says this is a way to stop the flow of fentanyl into our country. But he's forgotten a few inconvenient facts. First, it is that in 2024, CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, seized about 43 pounds of fentanyl along our northern border, about 1% of the fentanyl coming into this country. Now, it's long been known that fentanyl is not coming from Canada and that hard drugs and firearms flow north from the U.S. into Canada. In fact, on February 25th, the Canada Border Services Agency announced the seizure of 410 pounds of methamphetamine and 42 pounds of cocaine from 2 commercial trucks seeking entry into Canada at the Coutts Port of Entry. Seizures like this are not uncommon, and wouldn't it make more sense if we agreed to work together with our Canadian allies instead of putting a tariff on it? The second fact that bears mentioning is that the vast majority of the fentanyl crossing the southwest border is transported by Americans hidden in their cars and trucks. That's why I've supported, like most of my colleagues in this body, have supported more funding for technology and personnel to better find these drugs before they enter the U.S. It's why I supported the border bill last year that this president stopped because he wanted a political issue. And on China, we can debate another time whether this is actually the right long-term strategy with China. But more important than that, my bill does not prevent tariffs against countries like China that have unfair trade practices. Both President Trump in his first term and President Biden have already placed tariffs on numerous imports from China to respond to its unfair trade practices, exactly what Section 301 of the Trade Act is for. That tool remains available. My bill only addresses the ability of the president to tax imports on a whim. And I want to note, thanks to this president, we now have higher taxes on imports from Canada than from China. I don't know how that makes sense, that we are taxing our allies more than we're taxing our adversaries. So I would say, is this really about China? Or is a more important motivation here to raise costs on American families to pay for tax cuts for the wealthy? And as the ranking member of the Foreign Relations Committee, I take very seriously our ability to use sanctions or other tools in foreign policy. This bill does nothing to limit the use of sanctions under IEEPA, nor does it prevent an embargo or fully blocking dangerous imports. But I don't think a tax is the right solution for those issues. In fact, this is breaking the United States, Mexico, and Canada agreement that President Trump negotiated just 6 years ago. And if we're going to break the very deal we've negotiated, one of the, I think, most important achievements of the first Trump administration, why would people want to work with us in the future? Why would they want to work with a Trump administration? How does being an unreliable partner to our closest allies help our national security? And I think it's important to be clear on this. Donald Trump's trade war doesn't create any manufacturing jobs tomorrow in the U.S. In fact, it's far more likely to cost us tens or hundreds of thousands of jobs. Half of the goods that America imports are intermediate components, and that means that they're parts that our companies manufacture into finished goods. Every one of those items coming from Canada or Mexico just got 25% more expensive. And we've already heard from automakers, they're not sure how much this is going to add to the bottom line of cars. I think that's a lot at risk for tariffs that President Trump can't justify for any other reason other than because he wants to get funding to support a tax cut for the wealthiest Americans. And yet the president is talking about wanting to cut deals with Russia for economic development. I don't see the logic in going halfway around the world to deal with a dictator, a murderous dictator, by the way, like Vladimir Putin. At the same time, we're damaging relationships and cutting off trade with our closest allies right here in North America. I'm happy to listen to somebody's explanation here, but I don't think it makes sense, and it seems entirely contrary to American values to me. So I hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will see the folly in what the president is doing, will recognize the impact on the economy and American families because of these increased costs, and agree that these tariffs should be rolled back. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
The Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, my colleague from New Hampshire is being way too logical for some of what passes as a trade debate here, and it's my hope that her excellent proposal will be back on this Senate floor sometime soon for unanimous consent to pass a very important bill protecting Americans from tax hikes on imported goods. This is, as she has stated, a straightforward proposition. All it does is it clarifies that the president's emergency powers can't be used to put tariffs on the things Americans buy from other countries. Now, Donald Trump calls himself a tariff man. His quote, not mine. It's the only answer he seems to have to any problem under the sun. Instead of taking time to think through actual solutions, he's willing to use any authority he can find to slap tariffs on our trading partners. Just today, he announced he was slapping 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico, which are two of our three largest trading partners and closest allies. That alone is going to raise costs for Americans on gas, on cars, on fruits and vegetables, and many other products. It's also going to cost America jobs because Canada and Mexico have announced plans to retaliate against our exports. That is, I say to my friend, that is the opposite of what Donald Trump pledged to the American people. It's disturbing that Donald Trump is going rogue and using emergency powers to pursue his tariffs. The American people voted for lower, not higher prices. Donald Trump campaigned on the promise that he would lower costs on day one of his presidency. But just a month in, all Trump has managed to do is gut the agencies in charge of protecting consumers and going after predatory corporations and land us in trade wars that are going to drive up the cost of goods people use every day. Whether it's to punish a country that he doesn't like or to settle scores with foreign leaders, the only answer Donald Trump has ever had is tariffs. And as the ranking Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, I've heard him play that card again and again. No matter how many times we've said, look, tariffs should be one of the tools in the trade toolbox, but it shouldn't be the universal answer to everything. Trump's approach is going to drive up prices and costs for American families, businesses, and farmers in the process. He does it, in my view, because he and his billionaire friends aren't going to feel the impacts, and they don't care about the millions of Americans who will. These higher costs essentially add up to a Trump tax on everything from food to clothes and cars. And I use those words, Senator Shaheen, specifically. These policies end up being a Trump tax. And to those who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted lower prices and a fairer economy, sure seems to me that these policies are a betrayal. The Shaheen bill that we're trying to pass today would rein in some of Donald Trump's worst impulses and clarify that the laws on the books were never meant to be a blank check for the president to abuse tariffs by using them as a punishment against any country that kinda, sorta, hurts his feelings. A number of our Republican colleagues have supported the Shaheen proposal in the past because putting a check on the president's power to land us in trade wars should not be, as my colleague has said, should not be partisan or controversial. It is Shaheen common sense. I want to thank her for an excellent bill, for her leadership that I have watched from my vantage point on the Finance Committee. And I urge my colleagues, when we can get this bill back on the floor for unanimous consent, I hope it will be met with a resounding bipartisan showing of support, and I look forward to working with her until that day comes to be. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tragically and totally unnecessarily, what we are seeing in real time is an assault on the veterans of America. It's an assault that is part of a campaign by Elon Musk, who's been empowered by President Trump supposedly to eliminate waste in our federal government. Instead of eliminating waste, Elon Musk is laying waste to the Department of Veterans Affairs. And it is unfolding in real time with real-life impacts on our veterans. Not only is he firing veterans at the VA, many of the 2,400 already terminated are veterans, 1/3 of them, but across agencies in the United States government, where 30,000 members of the federal workforce have been indiscriminately terminated, 30% of them are veterans as well. Almost 50% of everybody in the Department of Defense who has been fired, they're veterans. And they may be probationary employees, promoted to a position where they are in probationary status because they've done such a great job. They're being fired. Younger members of the federal workforce, there for up to 2 years. The future of our civil service, they're fired. And so many of them are veterans who have worn the uniform, served and sacrificed, and want to continue to benefit the country with the skills and dedication that they've demonstrated as members of our United States Armed Forces. Public service has long been a preferred path for military-affiliated populations, whether it's in our local police force or as emergency medical personnel. Joining the federal workforce has enabled them to continue serving our country while offering competitive wages, benefits, and much-needed stability for them as veterans, and tremendous benefits for taxpayers. And now, what Elon Musk is doing, relying on his tech bros and his algorithms and his AI formulas, is to cut across the board, leaving those veterans as disposable trash or roadkill in his campaign to eliminate waste. Well, let me tell you, Elon Musk, if you were serious about eliminating waste, you wouldn't have fired the inspectors general of these agencies, who are the watchdogs. They have records of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. Exhibit A, Michael Missel, the Inspector General of the VA, hired and appointed first by President Obama. He served under President Trump for 4 years, then under President Biden. He has ruffled feathers of Republican and Democratic administrations because he's uncovered waste and fraud in a very bipartisan way, and he regards his job as bipartisan. He would be the one to eliminate waste, not with a meat axe, but with a scalpel. I wish my colleagues had been in the hearing today, joint hearing of the House and Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, to hear Commander Al Lippert of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the VFW, a really heroic Vietnam veteran, injured there, shrapnel in his arm, and as he told us, the surgeon removed the shrapnel piece by piece, didn't cut off his arm. That's the approach that we need, as he said, in eliminating waste. Not cutting off arms or legs, but removing the waste carefully, deliberately, cautiously. Among the illegally terminated, and I should stress illegally terminated, 2,400 VA employees, many of them veterans themselves, members of the Guard or Reserves now, caregivers, military spouses. In the DOD, many of them, 45%, former veterans. And the overall impact will be disastrous on the 640,000 veterans who are public service. Musk and Trump have already upended the lives of so many. The thousands of veterans casually discarded, illegally fired, without notice or justification, all for cheap headlines. The impacts in real life are undeniable, and stories from newspapers, from broadcast media, from all kinds of outlets tell the story of those real-life impacts. But I know my colleagues are hearing from their constituents about the mental health services that are delayed, about the surgeries that can't be provided, about the Veterans Crisis Line, serving veterans who may be taking their own lives, all reduced. These real-life impacts are undeniable, and we're talking about the people who make sure that veterans have transportation to those appointments, who assist with benefits claims, who ensure that the VA hospitals are maintained and that they are safe, who clean operating rooms and sterilize instruments in between procedures. It may not be the surgeon who's fired, but the surgeon walking into the operating room needs a staff and a team to assist him, needs the housekeeping staff to make sure that it's clean. These people have dedicated their careers to serving veterans and their nation, and all have been indiscriminately and illegally terminated. These short headlines tell a story, and so does this visual from Springfield, Massachusetts. Due to abrupt and unplanned staff shortages, we are not able to greet you at this time. If you have a scheduled appointment, your counselor will be out to get you in time of your appointment. You are here. If you are here for any other reason, please call and leave a message, and a staff member will return your call. We apologize. We apologize for any inconvenience and impact on your care. Donald Trump and Elon Musk owe veterans an apology. Right now, Elon Musk is giving veterans the middle finger. Veterans won't stand for it. And so, Mr. President, I'm introducing a resolution today and asking that we approve it, to uphold the contract, to uphold the promise, to uphold the commitment we make to our veterans when they raise their right hand and promise to serve and sacrifice, even at the risk of dying. I'm joined by Senators Hirono, Slotkin, Lujan, Murray, Durbin, Whitehouse, Warnock, Klobuchar, Shaheen, Kane, Rosen, Cortez, Masto, also Brooks, Kelly, Warren, Hassan, Schiff, Baldwin, Duckworth, Gallego, Peters, Van Hollen, Sanders, Booker, Wyden, Merkley, Warner, Smith, Padilla, Heinrich, Schatz, and Hickenlooper in this effort. I really wish it were bipartisan, because veterans' issues have been bipartisan. I've worked with veterans, including the chairman, whom I respect, Senator Moran, on these issues. This resolution acknowledges that veterans who make up less than 7% of Americans, but approximately 30% of public service, have been really disrespected and disserved in just these weeks, with such destructive and repugnant effect on them, on veterans they serve, and on American values. Our nation and they deserve better. And so I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 105, which is at the desk. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Reserving the right to object. In my conversations with Kansans, I frequently point to the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs as proof that we can still work together, that unity is attainable, and that we are able to set aside our partisan differences and frustrations to find a way to work together to put our nation's veterans first, because they did that for us when they put on the uniform and took a vow to defend and protect our country. The Senate has to work together with the administration, with the Secretary of the Department of Veterans Affairs, veteran service organizations, and the broad veteran community across the country. This resolution divides the Congress and the administration and makes it more difficult for us to find consensus. We should work together. We should work together to determine what is the right kind of workforce at the VA, a workforce that enables the department to better care for veterans. Approving this resolution drives a wedge between this body, this Senate, this Congress, and the executive branch, and I don't see how that helps veterans. Additionally, this resolution was designed to lock in at the VA the status quo as of January the 19th. I don't know if any of my colleagues believe that the VA was doing everything just right prior to this administration. I commit today to all my colleagues to work with them to make certain the VA retains an effective workforce that can deliver our promises to veterans. But we will only achieve that by working together and working with the Department of Veterans Affairs to find the desirable outcomes. We need more information, and we need to be working together to achieve that. Mr. President, therefore, I object.
The objection is heard. The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, first let me say I am hopeful that we can work together. If the chairman of the VA committee is willing to do it, to try to arrive at language that calls for the rehiring of these veterans, rescinding the layoffs. And I must say, we're joined today by a number of guests of my colleagues, as well as myself, veterans who have been terminated. They're with us today. They're going to be with us tonight at the address offered by President Trump. I am more than happy to work on this resolution if there is a way to make it bipartisan. But the basic principle that we owe our veterans that contract and commitment, and that we need to bring them back so that these kinds of consequences can be avoided, I think is fundamental to the effort today. Because we know more than 50 patient appointments were canceled at a VA facility just this past week because they can't hire staff needed to care for those veterans. We know that in the first round of terminations, Secretary Collins terminated 9 Veterans Crisis Line employees, then he hired some back, then he fired more. And we know a pregnant spouse of a disabled veteran who was hired under the Military Spouse Appointing Authority was terminated. We know a 25-year Marine Corps veteran with a 100% service-connected disability rating and 15 years of service was terminated. We know a VA researcher working on treatments for substance use disorders among veterans was terminated. We know the cybersecurity lead for the VA website, the digital hub that connects veterans with their benefits and holds sensitive personal data, was terminated. These kinds of impacts, and I've mentioned just a tiny fraction of all of them, are ongoing, they're real, they're urgent. And I'm more than happy to work on the language of this resolution, but the goal is indisputable and unavoidable. I'm going to turn now to some of my colleagues who have joined me today. I thank them for doing so. First, Senator Whitehouse, if I may yield to him, Mr. President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
President, first let me thank Senator Blumenthal for this effort. It really matters. Even if it fails, it matters to our veterans to know that we tried, to know that we did not leave them out there at the mercy of Elon Musk and his little muskrats that have been running around through all of our government agencies, breaking agencies, violating court orders, prowling through your data, Americans, prowling through your data, and of course, firing veterans. No president has fired more veterans than Donald Trump just in his first few weeks in office. And what it is doing to the VA and to services for veterans is deeply wrong and deeply unfortunate. In Rhode Island, we have our Providence VA Health Center, which is a first-class operation. Our veterans love it. It is well run. It has all sorts of new services and facilities that Senator Reid and I have worked to make sure got to the hospital. It has nearly 2,500 employees. It's a big operation. And we also have the Providence VA Benefits Office, which is such a good benefits office that if a program is being rolled out and not working someplace, they call in the Providence Benefits Office to try to get it working. If they're about to roll out a new program and they want to beta test it, they go to the Providence Benefits Office because they're good at what they do. And I can't think of anything that makes them more proud than the customers whom they serve. They love the folks they work for. And so to go through this group and slash and burn without the least logic or care, from like these little tech bro muskrat types who've never served, have no idea what they're doing, but are just taking delight in moving fast and breaking things, to use the tech bro talk. Well, that's fine if you're a tech bro and you're just playing around with equipment, but when you're dealing with our veterans and you're dealing with people's lives, running around fast, not knowing what you're doing, and breaking stuff sounds more like Thing 1 and Thing 2 from Cat in the Hat. This is not the responsible way in which veterans should be treated. I'll mention just two while I'm here. There's a Rhode Islander who works for our Veterans Crisis Line. It's the hotline that veterans can call into when they're having an acute crisis of some kind, perhaps even feeling suicidal. This is not easy work. When that phone goes, you've got to be on and you've got to be expert. You've got to understand how to support the people who are calling in. You've got to understand how to get them to the services they need. It is a life and death matter. And this individual was fired. And then rehired a few days later, or at least told they were reinstated just a few days later. But with all the scrambling going on at the VA has not reissued work credentials, and they still do not have a return to work date for the improper firing that never should have happened and then was rescinded, but now doesn't have a proper end to the termination. It is administrative malpractice, and it is stupid, and it is wrong. We've got another Rhode Islander who worked at the local vet center, also abruptly and unjustifiably terminated. Now, as I said, it really means a lot to these people to be working for veterans, and they really put their hearts into it, and they really want to do a very good job. And they actually get rated on whether or not They are, in fact, doing a good job. And this individual received outstanding performance ratings. It wasn't just that they threw their heart and soul into their work. Their peers reviewed them, their supervisors reviewed them, and said that they were outstanding performers at their work. And so a letter comes to them saying that they were terminated due to poor performance. Well, among other things, that was a lie, because they weren't poor performers. They were excellent performers. When you lie to people who are working for veterans just so you can fire them, that's a pretty loathsome way to go about serving veterans. And it's certainly a loathsome way to treat the people who dedicate their lives to taking care of veterans. If you want to go find the people who have poor performance and fire them, go find the people who have poor performance and fire them. But don't just random accuse high performers of poor performance, lie to them about their performance, and fire them. It is a really offensive state of affairs. And it means now that vet center calls are being routed out to Colorado in a different time zone. Rhode Island, a little bit like Connecticut, is a small state. Connecticut's a little bigger. And we have our own character, and we have our own nature, and we have our own often way of speaking. And it matters when you pick up the phone to call the vet center that you're not talking to somebody several time zones away in Colorado. Particularly not because the phone isn't being answered because a high-performing worker was lied to about their performance and wrongly fired. There's really no excuse for that. So I want to say to the folks at the Providence Benefits Office, thank you, God bless you. We admire and respect what you do. We recognize that the entire VA organization has treated you as particularly expert and able. And the work that you do to make sure that our vets get the benefits that they're due is first class. Thank you for what you do. We are grateful. And I apologize that this president and this whatever he is and his little muskrats are doing this kind of damage to the institution that you so proudly serve. To the folks at the Providence VA Hospital, God bless you and thank you. You do great work. I deal with veterans all the time. Our veterans love our hospital. They're proud of our hospital. They think it's well run. They think they're well treated. The services are good. You can even get rides there. There's good parking. I mean, this hospital runs the way you would want a veterans hospital to run. So keep those little muskrats out of Rhode Island. Don't damage the services to our veterans. And I hope that, as the chairman said, we can come together and fix this. But it's hard to hear about how we should come together when nobody came together from Muskland, and those little muskrats didn't check in with anybody before they went in to break stuff at these agencies. It's a little late for togetherness when there's been none in terms of defending the work that these wonderful people do. With that, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
We're going to be joined by others of my colleagues, but I want to follow Senator Whitehouse' very eloquent remarks by just making a couple of quick points. You know, tonight the President's going to speak to members of both the House and the Senate. And he's going to make a lot of claims, many of them untethered in any way to the facts. But if he does nothing else, what I'd like to see him do is show some respect for our veterans. He's called them suckers and losers. They've been called swamp creatures or deep staters by members of this administration. And part of the mindset here that's responsible for these firings is that disrespect for our veterans. Now, two of my sons are veterans, one a Marine Corps first lieutenant who served in Afghanistan, another a Navy SEAL. They value the VA. Americans see in their real lives how the VA helps our veterans. And when the President speaks tonight, I want him to look at the guests that we have brought. Not only my guest, Michael Missel, the former Inspector General of the VA, but also U.S. Air Force veteran with more than 30 years of military service who retired from a lifetime of dedicated service to his country in November and immediately rededicated himself to serving his fellow veterans at the Department of Veterans Affairs. He started work on January 13th. He was legally terminated. Barely 1 month later, he's the sole winner of his family. And Tony Ruiz, a disabled Army veteran. Until he was illegally terminated, he worked at the VA Benefits Administration to assist veterans with their benefits claim. He was cut just 10 days before his probationary period ended. He was serving his dream job. These veterans and other courageous former members of our armed forces are going to be with us tonight, and they will be speaking out. They will be sharing their stories. They are not faceless bureaucrats. They are not suckers. They're not losers. They're hardworking public servants who have willingly sacrificed everything for this country, willing to give even their lives, and now have rededicated themselves to continue their service now that their military time is complete. I want to yield to my colleague from Michigan, Senator Peters, who himself is a veteran and a great colleague and friend of ours.
The senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak in opposition to the mass termination of veterans that is taking place all across our federal government. I was proud to serve more than a decade in the U.S. Navy Reserve, where I rose to the rank of lieutenant commander. And during this time, I had the absolute privilege to work with some of the most patriotic, hardworking, and inspiring individuals that I have ever met. I know firsthand that veterans are a vital source of talent to our workforce. So let's just think for a moment. Let's just think about the qualities that make a valuable employee. Leadership, work ethic, problem-solving abilities, and of course, integrity. These are not just abstract qualities. They are tangible assets that veterans bring to our businesses, our communities, and to our government. They are qualities that drive innovation. They boost productivity and foster a culture of excellence. Employing our nation's veterans when they transition to civilian life is not just a responsibility, it is a smart business decision. And that's why the federal government has long taken advantage of this absolutely remarkable talent pool. Veterans now make up roughly 30% of our federal workforce, or more than 640,000 veterans in the civil service. And I rise today to express my absolute outrage over the indiscriminate firings of nearly 6,000 of these veterans, from the VA to the Defense Department to the Treasury Department. At the VA, where veterans' input is particularly critical to shaping policies that support our nation's robust veteran population, Elon Musk and DOGE have fired more than 600 veteran employees. They are part of more than 2,400 individuals fired all across the VA. I've heard from numerous veterans and VA workers in Michigan who are absolutely devastated and confused by why this administration would turn their back on them like this. My staff met with a veteran who has worked for the VA in Michigan for nearly 30 years. Last year, he was moved to a new role within the VA and was promoted to supervisor shortly thereafter. And no surprise, because he had never received less than an excellent performance review over 30 years. But because they were relatively new to that specific role, he was swept up in the widespread firings both within the VA and across government of all probationary employees. They were one of many veterans fired abruptly, without cause, without reason. In another case, a veteran with 8 years of active duty service in the Air Force was fired from the VA in Michigan after receiving an outstanding performance review. His probationary period was set to expire last week, just 12 days after he was let go. These cuts, Mr. President, are not based on fact. They're not based on logic. They are just cruel. And our country will not be better off. And as a result of these mass layoffs, Americans can expect longer wait times to receive important documents like passports and Social Security benefits, fewer food safety inspections, and higher risk during air travel. These are Americans who put their lives on the line to defend this country. They took up a job to continue to serve the people of this country. They represent the very best of our nation, and we need them in our federal workforce. And I'm calling today on the administration to reinstate these veteran employees immediately.
Mr. President. The senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, we made a sacred promise to our veterans that after their service, they would get the care and support that they earned. That promise did not come with an expiration date. And as a combat veteran myself, I take this responsibility personally on behalf of Arizona's more than 500,000 veterans and veterans across the country. But with these mass firings of staff at the VA, President Trump and Elon Musk are breaking that promise. In the last month, thousands of VA employees, people who care for our nation's veterans, were fired with no warning, no phone call, no meeting, just an email telling them that they no longer had a job, that they were no longer wanted. And Mr. President, these aren't just nameless, faceless bureaucrats. These are Americans who signed up to serve our country by taking care of veterans. They deserve to be treated with respect. These are the people on the front lines of veterans' care and services. And they were fired without even a thought. We can all agree that the VA can do a better job, but aimlessly firing thousands of people will do nothing to help speed up veterans' health care. Nothing. It will just make accessing care more difficult. Secretary Collins and the VA claim that these were, and I'm going to quote him, non-mission critical jobs. Well, that is simply not true. In Arizona, we've seen VA workers and the families who rely on the VA impacted in a real way. Like Brandy and David, who shared their story with the Arizona Family News and are both veterans themselves, who became loan specialists to help fellow veterans navigate financial hardships, and avoid homelessness. Before they were fired, each of them was handling 1,500 cases. Each of those cases represents one veteran who needs help. How much longer will it take veterans in need to get answers? Another Arizona family reached out to my office, afraid to speak out publicly because of fear of retaliation. The husband is a doctor at the Tucson VA. He treats patients with lung disease. But last week he got an email. Not a meeting, no conversation, just an email telling him to resign. Is that who Secretary Collins calls not mission critical? His wife now fears that her job could be next. They have 2 young kids. And now they're being forced to rethink everything because this administration kicked them to the curb. Donald Trump claims to care about veterans, but then turns around and fires the very people whose jobs it is to ensure that veterans get the care that they need, the care that they earned from serving our nation, from keeping us safe. These are real people. These terminations, they're not just numbers on a spreadsheet. They're real people who execute a mission serving veterans. And these layoffs are going to mean longer wait times for appointments, fewer options for mental health care, fewer options for pain management, more delays in processing benefits. Is this really where Elon Musk and Donald Trump want to save a buck off the backs of veterans who have risked everything for us? Mr. President, this is not how the United States should treat our veterans. That's why I stand here today as a veteran myself with Senator Blumenthal and our colleagues to support this resolution. Let's get the folks back to work serving our veterans. The work they do, Mr. President, it is mission critical. Veterans in Arizona and across the country are counting on them. And they are counting on us. Thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Connecticut.
I'm going to close this colloquy by, first of all, thanking my colleagues who've come today, especially veterans like Senator Kelly, who served for decades, and Senator Peters, and all the veterans who've joined in this resolution, Senators Gallego, and others who have served this country, Senator Slotkin, Senator Peters, who was here, and others. But we don't have to be veterans to appreciate what members of our military do for our country. My own service in the United States Marine Corps Reserve pales in comparison to many of theirs, and many who have appeared before the Veterans Committee over these past 7-10 days, many of them decrying these kinds of cuts. Again, these are real people affected in real ways, unnecessarily harmed. And these headlines speak volumes about how they have been hurt. DOGE finds zero fraud, waste, or abuse, just new ways to harm veterans. Veterans fired in federal layoffs say they were, quote, stabbed in the back. These are just a scattering of the kinds of real-life stories that bring us to the floor today. I plead with the President, please make this resolution unnecessary. Do the right thing. But if you don't, I ask my colleagues on the other side of the line, join us from that other side of the aisle. Join us in decrying these cuts, the freezes, the firings, the terminations. They are illegal and immoral. And we will move forward. We will continue to fight because American values are at stake. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last November, the American people returned President Donald Trump to the Oval Office with a mandate to restore common sense in government. And in many ways, this common sense was most needed on the issue of protecting women and girls. After 4 years where President Biden waged a war on women's sports, the message from voters was clear. No more biological men competing in women's athletics. No more stolen records and medals. and no more invasions of privacy, humiliation, and harm for our nation's incredible female athletes. To be certain, President Trump has delivered on the mandate. On Inauguration Day, the President issued an executive order that affirms the federal government's position that there are only two sexes, male and female. This is a position grounded in biological reality, not gender ideology. Last month, the President also signed an executive order that bans biological males from competing in women's sports. It was an honor to join President Trump at the signing ceremony, along with the brave young women and girls who have spoken out for fairness, safety, equal opportunity, including one of those female athletes, Tennessee's Riley Gaines. The terms of the order are simple. If you allow men to compete in women's athletics, you will lose your federal funding. To no one's surprise, the order is getting results. Right after President Trump signed it, the NCAA, which oversees more than 530,000 student athletes, announced that it would comply with the order. For more than a decade, the nation's largest athletic association allowed men to compete in women's events. It will be a top priority of mine to ensure that this injustice never happens again and that the NCAA will fully adhere to the executive order. While the vast majority of states are complying, there are some states, blue states, like California and Maine, that are vowing to fight President Trump over the order. The message they are sending is clear. Democrats are willing to risk millions in federal funding for schools to uphold their radical far-left ideology that claims there are no differences between men and women. The American people know better, and so do the more than 3 million female high school and college athletes who deserve every single opportunity to succeed. They work hard, they train hard, they set their goals, they compete, and they work to succeed. To celebrate all of these incredible accomplishments from these 3 million high school and college athletes, I'm asking for unanimous consent for my resolution to establish October 10th, the 10th month, 10th day, recognized by the Roman numerals XX, like the female sex chromosome, as American Girls in Sports Day, setting aside a day to recognize the accomplishments of 3 million high school and college female athletes. In addition to celebrating female athletes, this resolution calls on sports governing bodies across the country to protect women and girls in sports. There is absolutely zero reason for Senate Democrats to oppose this resolution, and here is the reason why. We have a New York Times Ipsos poll that tells the story on this. 79% of the American people, including 67% of Democrats, want to make certain that female sports are for girls and women. Those numbers, 67% of Democrats, 79% of all Americans say they are with us. They want to protect women and girls in sports. They want to make certain that they have the right to compete, the right to train, the right to do team building, and the right to succeed and be recognized for it. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 21. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. So as I understand it, this bill, this resolution seeks to establish an American Girls in Sports Day. And obviously that sounds like a really good idea. Until you read the resolution and you realize that this resolution actually has virtually nothing to do with the history and the current reality of girls playing sports. And instead, it's just another attempt by Republicans to pretend that the biggest threat to this country is transgender kids or gay kids or drag shows. Republicans don't want to talk about rising costs, about rising grocery prices, rising gas costs. They don't want to talk about the cratering reputation of America in the world. They don't want to talk about the fact that the stock market is crashing because of the disastrous economic policies of this president. No, as usual, it's transgender kids and drag shows that are causing all the problems in America. How do I know that this bill isn't an honest attempt to celebrate girls in sports? Well, first, if you really cared about girls in sports, you'd know that we actually already have a national day. It's February 7th. It's called National Women and Girls in Sports Day. It was signed into law 40 years ago by President Reagan. The sponsors of this resolution were so eager to shame transgender kids that they didn't even check to see if there was already a day. Now, folks are going to say, well, Democrats objected to an American Girls in Sports Day. Well, that's like bringing a resolution before the floor to declare June 27th Christmas. And when Democrats object, Democrats are anti-Christmas. Second, if this bill was really about girls in sports, it would celebrate girls in sports. But this resolution isn't about that. The resolution, if you read it, is just about this one issue: transgender athletes. And frankly, that's an insult to the thousands of girls who do play sports. 99% of them are never going to compete against a transgender athlete. I'm not saying this isn't an issue that's worth spending a little bit of time on, but let's be clear. A female high school athlete in this country is more likely to be killed by a falling object than to lose a competition to a biological male. If this resolution was really about celebrating girls in sports, instead of just trying to bully and shame transgender kids, then maybe somewhere in the resolution it might talk about Patsy Mink, who successfully championed the passage of Title IX. Maybe it'd mention iconic women athletes who broke barriers like Billie Jean King or Althea Gibson or Catherine Switzer or Pat Summitt. Maybe you'd talk about the iconic sports teams that put women in sports on the national stage, like Louisiana Tech or the U.S. women's soccer team. Maybe it would actually tell the story of how over the last 50 years we've gone from 300,000 girls in high school sports to 3.4 million today. But it doesn't do any of that. The text of this resolution isn't about the history of girls and women entering high school and college sports. It's not a celebration of those iconic teams and athletes. Instead, this resolution is just a tactic, another one, to scare and mislead the public and to bully vulnerable kids. And that's the reason that I'm on the floor once again to object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, I find my colleagues' comments so very interesting, and I think it would have served him well, Mr. President, to actually read the resolution. So I'm going to read part of it so that my colleagues know what this does, because it does talk about celebrating these athletes. And here you go. Whereas athletic participation has an important positive impact on young girls, improving their physical health, self-confidence, and discipline. Women have been responsible for some of the greatest athletic feats in the sports history of the United States, from the Olympic Games to professional competition. He wanted to make certain that some of these greats like Pat Summitt and Our Lady Vols are recognized. Absolutely, that is what we're doing. Whereas female athletes have served as inspirations for generations of women and girls. And then we talk about Title IX. We talk about the fundamental biological differences between men and women that put women at a competitive disadvantage in sports and jeopardize their safety during competition. And 79% of the American people agree with this. And then we go through, since 2003, men have displaced women and girls from over 950 championship titles, medals, scholarships, and records that they should have rightly won, including at least 28 women's sports titles in volleyball, swimming, mountain biking, track and field, weightlifting, and cycling. And we look at the policies that have been enacted to protect women and the imperative to make certain that they are athletically protected, and then setting out October 10th as the day that would be American Girls in Sports Day, and continuing to recognize that year after year. Now, my colleague from Connecticut probably knows that this issue of protecting women and girls in sports is very, very popular in Connecticut. One of Connecticut's biggest track stars is Conrad High School, a senior there, a male-to-female athlete who holds the state's top 2023-24 rankings in the girls' outdoor high jump, long jump, triple jump, according to athletic.net. And then you look at, there are two individuals, two boys, who identify as female. They competed on a Connecticut high school track team from 2017 to 2020. And there were, and I want to be sure we look at what this does to girls who are trying to compete. And this is why this issue is so popular. Here are the stats. There are 93 times when a girl was denied an individual or relay championship because of these two male athletes who were competing as females. 93 times. A girl who had trained, who had worked out, who sought to win, to represent her team, they were denied because two boys that were competing as females. 93 times. 52 times when a girl was denied the advancement to a championship meet. Now think about that. We all have children. We know the heartbreak when someone has trained and trained and trained, not just for days or weeks or months, but for years. And they're denied the ability to move forward because there is a boy competing in a female category. 39 times when a girl was denied an opportunity to advance to finals. 17 times when a girl was denied an all-New England honor. 11 times when a girl lost a meet record. And 23 girls, 23, were denied a Connecticut State Open Team Championship. In other words, allowing these two boys to compete as females and compete against girls denied girls opportunities and awards 235 times. That is one state. So I would remind my colleagues, they are on the wrong side of this issue. 79% of the American people say it is wrong for men to compete in women's athletics. 67% of Democrats say it is wrong to have men compete in women's athletics. It is lost opportunity. It is lost recognition. It is lost success for women. Whatever happened to people on the left that supported women's rights, women's safety, supported Title IX? Obviously, they have thrown it to the wayside. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following interns and law clerk in my office be granted 4 privileges until May 5th, 2025. Mr. John Mark Huff, Jr., Mr. John Paul Doucette, Alexandra Grace Davis, and Mara Elaine Schlehy.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to talk for a few moments about income tax filing season. I realize, Mr. President of the Senate, that you would probably prefer to be condemned to hearing O.J. jokes for the rest of eternity than to hear me talk about federal income tax filing, but it's important for Americans and my people back in Louisiana because we have a new deduction for people who have uninsured losses from natural disasters. And it's really important in my state because many of my people have suffered damages for which they did not receive insurance payments from Hurricanes Laura, Delta, Ida, and Francine. We passed this new deduction, Mr. President, in December. It's called the Federal Disaster Tax Relief Act. And what it does is following. It changes the law. It now says that if you're a victim of a natural disaster like a hurricane and you have a loss that's not paid for by your insurance, you can now deduct off your income tax, dollar for dollar, any property damage, uninsured property damage, in excess of $500. Why is that important? Well, under the old rules, Mr. President, you were limited in your deduction. You could only deduct your uninsured property losses that were in excess of 10% of your adjusted gross income. And I know that sounds complicated, and it is kind of complicated. But rather than belaboring the point, the bottom line is this. As a result of this bill that we all worked on and that we passed, you can now deduct more. And this is the first time people will be able to do this. So, let me say it again. If you had an uninsured property loss, you can now deduct any of that loss above $500. This also applies in addition to the standard deduction. So if you take the standard deduction, as most Americans do, you can take this additional deduction on top of it. I'd also like to point out, Mr. President, to all Americans, but especially to my people back home in Louisiana, that this tax deduction is retroactive. It goes all the way back to 2020. So that means that going back to 2020, if you had uninsured losses, you can now deduct them if they exceed $500. And I know folks are thinking, well, I already filed my income taxes for 2021 and 2022 and 2023. You can file an amended return. It's very simple to do. You just file an amended return that says there's been a change in the law and I'm entitled to have this higher deduction, and therefore the federal government owes me money, and therefore please send me my check. So I wanted to make sure that Americans knew about this new tax provision that we passed. The second thing I want to talk about, Mr. President, is a subject that some people want to avoid, but I don't, and the American people don't. It's on the minds of every American. That's high prices. And I know there are other issues that are important that we're talking about. Male athletes in women's sports, that's important. Immigration, that's important. National security, we're talking about that, that's important. The Middle East, Ukraine. And I could go on, but the single most important issue that moms and dads worry about in America today when they lie down to sleep at night and can't is inflation, high prices. I don't want to dwell on the past, but President Biden's administration was an inflation machine. We saw inflation get as high at one point as 10%. What's that mean? It means that prices were going up every day, every month, at the rate of 10% annualized. Bidenomics, in most people's minds, became paying more to live worse. I mean, inflation just was gutting the American people like a fish, and it happened because of all this breathtaking amount of money that President Biden's administration spent, trillions of dollars. The American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, they injected trillions of dollars into the economy. Frankly, as we're finding out now, most of it in wasteful spending that caused too many dollars to chase too few goods. And unless you're master class dumb, you know that every single time that leads to inflation. Thanks to the efforts of the Federal Reserve, inflation came down. It went down from 10% to today it's between 2 and 3%, depending on whose numbers you believe. And that's good. I'm happy it happened. That's called disinflation. When inflation goes from 10% to 3%, that means prices are still rising, but they're just not rising as quickly as they were, and that's a good thing. But it doesn't lower prices. It doesn't mean that we have now lower prices. They just aren't as high as they would have been if we hadn't tried to control inflation. That's called disinflation. Deflation is when prices actually go down. Deflation is when prices actually go down. And what the American people are wondering every single day as they sell blood plasma to go to the grocery store is, when am I going to get some relief from these high prices? And we do need to provide them relief. I want to talk about 3 ways that we are in the process of trying to reduce those prices that my Democratic colleagues caused. And I don't mean to pick on all my Democratic colleagues, but as I've said before, Mr. President, I like breakfast food and straight answers. And no economist in America believes that this inflation happened as a result of happenstance. It happened because of the breathtaking amount of money that President Biden spent. There are 3 things that we're doing to try to get these prices down. Number 1, reduce spending. You see it every single day from President Trump. He said he was going to audit federal spending, and that's exactly what he's doing. Now, there's some people that are mad. There are people that are very mad at President Trump and Mr. Musk and others for discovering all this waste. The people who are mad don't seem to be mad at the people who caused the waste. They're mad at the President and Mr. Musk for finding the waste. I find that a little bit ironic. But the point is, we're trying to reduce spending. And you're going to see it in our reconciliation bill that we're going to pass, as you know, Mr. President. You're going to see it in our budget if we ever pass one. We're trying to reduce spending because our debt's $36 trillion. And it's going up at the rate of $7 million a minute. I don't know, I've been talking 5 minutes maybe. It rose $35 million while I was talking. So we're trying to reduce government spending to get this debt down, but also to reduce our prices. Why does it matter? Because the less money that government spends, the less stimulative government is on the private sector. And when government spends money, there's a finite amount of money. When government spends money, it's money that we're spending instead of the private sector to create jobs, to increase wages. So the first thing we're doing, the new administration and the new Congress, is to try to reduce spending. And if we're successful, that will lower these prices. Number two, deregulation. The federal government wants to regulate every breath we take. Every breath we take. I wish you could see all of the federal regulations. If you stacked them right here, if you stacked every single federal regulation right here, you could probably stand on that thing and paint the ceiling. It's just amazing. And each one of these regulations has a cost. The cost of all of our regulations today is in excess of $2 trillion. Not billion, not million. $2 trillion. What does that mean? That means when a business produces a product or it delivers a service and it has to comply with a meaningless, gnarly federal regulation which costs money, that extra expense is added to the cost of the product or the service. Duh. I mean, businesses have to stay in business. They can't eat the cost. So they pass it on. And that leads to higher prices. So the second thing that we're doing, we're working on it every day. It hasn't been talked about a lot. We've passed some bills here on the floor of the Senate, but the administration's doing even more. We're deregulating. We're getting rid of all of these excess regulations whose costs are greater than their benefit. And I think the president has said he's got a new rule that if you're in the bureaucracy and you want to promulgate a new rule, you can do it if it's really necessary, but you got to get rid of 10 others. If we do that successfully, that will reduce prices. So the first thing we're doing is cutting spending to get down these high prices. The second thing we're doing is implementing federal deregulation. The third thing that we're doing, we're working on it as we speak, as you know, Mr. President. We've got to grow this economy. I mentioned the high spending and the debt that's led to higher prices. Think about this. Since 2019, 5 years ago, the American population's increased 2%. The federal budget has increased 55%. 2% population increase, federal spending's up 55%. That's just a fact. The numbers are the numbers. Now, I know we've had some inflation, but we haven't had 55% worth of inflation. That's just a fact. And every dollar that the federal government spends is a dollar that business people don't have to invest. Why is that important? Because they invest, they grow their business, they add more jobs, the business becomes more profitable, and wages rise. So the third way we're attacking these high prices is by trying to stimulate the economy to increase wages so that we actually can grow out of these high prices, so that people will have more money to spend when they buy a car or go to the grocery store. We're not going to do that with tepid GDP growth. If you go back to 2010, 15 years now, America has experienced average gross domestic product growth. That means how much your economy is growing, as you know, Mr. President. Average GDP growth of a little over 2%. That's not going to get it. That's not going to get it. In fact, now when we have 2.5% GDP growth, we get so excited, we're so happy we want to have a toga party. 2.5% is not going to get it. In order to grow out of these high prices and increase wages, we're going to have to increase GDP growth to at least 3%. And that used to be normal for America. That used to be very, very doable and very normal. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that through the tax code, Mr. President. We have about $4.5 trillion worth of tax cuts that we implemented back in 2017 that caused the economy to grow and wages to go up until COVID hit. Those tax cuts are expiring here very shortly, and we're going to extend them. If we don't, it'll be, in effect, a tax increase of about $4.5 trillion. And that'll send our growth down, not up. We're also going to change some other provisions of the tax code. And in doing so, we're not going to add to our deficit. We're going to match those tax decreases with spending savings so that we do not add to the national debt. And that's what we're doing on inflation. And I didn't want this to be lost in translation and because of all the other important things we're talking about. We're well aware that high prices are gutting the American people like a fish. But by reducing spending, by deregulating the economy, and by designing a tax code that looks like somebody designed it on purpose, we're going to get those high prices down. Point 3, put up that other chart. Mr. President, speaking of saving money, I've talked a little bit about public radio and public television in America. The Corporation for Public Broadcasting, NPR, PBS. These are public TV and radio stations. American people spend about $500 million a year, give it directly to public TV. They give it to Corporation for Public Broadcasting. Corporation for Public Broadcasting picks its favorite local TV stations and radio stations, gives money to them, and the local TV and radio stations buy programming from NPR and PBS, which is loosely affiliated with the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And there was a time when it was necessary because we only had 3 TV stations and a few radio stations, and people in rural areas depended on the government for their media. Those days are long gone, as we know. We now have a breathtaking array of ways to get information, everything from podcasts to Facebook to Twitter to Google News to cable TV to streaming. We no longer need to spend $500 million a year, or $500 billion a year. We've spent $14.5 billion since we started funding public radio and television. We no longer need to do it. I mean, we don't fund CNN. We don't subsidize CNN. And if somebody proposed to, I'd vote against it. We don't publicize or subsidize Fox News. If somebody introduced a bill to subsidize Fox News, I'd vote against it. Why are we subsidizing these radio and television stations. They need to compete with everybody else. The final point I want to make on this subject, Mr. President, the audience for public radio and public television is declining. Let me say that again. The audience for public radio and public television, which your tax dollars pay for, is declining. Why is that? There are a lot of reasons for it, but I'll tell you one. People used to tune in to PBS and NRP and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, Freudian slip there, because those stations played it right straight down the middle. But they don't anymore. They're very, very biased in their reporting. We all know that. All you have to do is listen to them. Now, this is America. You're entitled. I despise opinion journalism, but it's constitutional. Under the First Amendment, you can say what you want within reason, and you're not. And I support that. You're not free if you can't say what you think. So I don't want you to misconstrue what I'm saying, Mr. President. These local stations that are getting money from the taxpayers have every right to report what they want. But they don't have a right to do it and offer a jaundiced point of view using taxpayer dollars. That's my point. And I just wanted to, as I've done in the past, I just wanted to read a few more headlines. This is the kind of reporting that's being done today with your tax money on NPR, National Public Radio, and PBS. I'll start with NPR. Here's one of the headlines at NPR. Arguments that trans athletes have an unfair advantage lack evidence to support. That's opinion journalism. Here's another headline from NPR. A brief history of how racism shaped interstate highways. I did not know our interstate highways were racist. I thought they were concrete, but not according to NPR. Here's another NPR headline. Trump embodies nearly every aspect of a racist, Arthur says. Another, The Nation, confronting Trump's coded racism. Another, is Trump's call for law and order a coded racial message? As I said, these are your tax dollars at work. Sexism is out in the open in the 2016 campaign. That may have been inevitable. It's another headline. Is Trump really that racist? Another headline. Another headline, Frontline traces the ambition and revenge driving SCOTUS Justice Clarence Thomas. NPR is reporting that Justice Thomas is motivated by revenge and ambition. Another headline from NPR. What can the White House do to confront the narrative around Biden's ability? It wasn't a narrative. I don't hate anybody, and I'm sorry this was the case, but President Biden had neurodegenerative disease. It wasn't a narrative. It was just a fact. I'm sorry, but it was just a fact. Last headline from NPR I'll read. Scientists start to tease out the subtler ways racism hurts health. Your tax dollars at work. Now, I don't want to just pick on NPR. Here are a couple that you saw on that you saw on television, PBS, paid for with your tax dollars. First headline, talking to young children about race and racism. Another headline, how America's history of racism connects to divisions today. Another headline from PBS, the hidden racism of young white Americans. Your tax dollars. Another headline, AP fact check, Trump seeds race animus with COVID falsehood. Another headline, Biden trumpets economic gains but struggles to get credit. Another headline from PBS, the other Olympians, transgender athletes in the Nazi area. Come on. Give me a break. I mean, gag me with a spoon. And the final headline I read, debunking common myths about gender-affirming care for youth. Now, let me say it again, Mr. President. These television stations and radio stations that are getting money from the federal government, your tax dollars they have every right under the First Amendment to say these things. They do. And I support the First Amendment. But they don't have an inalienable right to report these things using opinion journalism that no fair-minded American can construe as anything but representing one point of view with your tax dollars. I'm going to try to stop subsidizing media, not just PBS and not just NPR, but any form of media that somehow is getting federal taxpayer dollars. It's just not right. It's not fair. I have a bill to do that, and we're also going to pursue it through reconciliation. And I think President Trump and Mr. Musk are going to pursue it on their own, and I think that's a very good thing. And with that, Mr. President, I thank you for your time and attention, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President.
The senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today's vote to proceed on this Congressional Review Act resolution should be renamed the Elon Musk Get Out of Jail Free Card. This resolution gives Elon Musk the ability to launch his X Money site without worrying about breaking the law and getting caught. Of course, this is also a get-out-of-jail-free card for others like Apple Pay and Google Pay and other online platforms that handle people's money. And there is a good reason to oppose it. This bill is another example of how Republicans in Congress, in conjunction with President Trump and Elon Musk in the White House, are sticking it to families and middle-class consumers all over America and declaring it open season for fraudsters. In fact, just a few hours ago, Trump and Elon dropped the agency's lawsuit against Zelle and the big banks that own Zelle for failing to protect consumers from being scammed out of nearly $1 billion on their app. And now, Republicans are trying to roll back the CFPB's ability to protect Americans from getting scammed on payment apps like Venmo and Cash App. And they are making it easier for unelected billionaire Elon Musk to cheat American consumers and line his own pockets. So here is the backstory. Musk bought Twitter, lost buckets of money, then decided he could recover and make more money by setting up a new financial services arm called X Money. Now, in ordinary times, he could do that, but the CFPB would be responsible for enforcing consumer financial laws for X money. It would also be authorized to examine the books and records to prevent illegal practices and make sure that consumers are getting a fair shake. But co-President Musk doesn't want that. And Donald Trump and Senate Republicans are willing to do Elon's bidding. And that is what brings us here today. They want to roll back a rule called the Larger Participant Rule that was put in place to protect consumers from abuses on these apps and to ensure that these apps are being monitored for following the law, just like banks get monitored for doing the same kinds of things. The rules protect customers' privacy when they use digital wallets like Apple Pay or Google Pay. The rules also help companies get their money back when they get defrauded on PayPal or Cash App or Venmo. Frankly, the rule is great for consumers. It cracks down on tens of millions of dollars of fraud that has surged in recent years. It protects consumers' privacy, ensuring that apps are not taking your private spending data and selling it to anybody who comes along. It helps prevent debanking, a problem that my colleagues on the opposite side of the aisle have spent a lot of time talking about. The CFPB rule protects consumers' peer-to-peer accounts from being closed or frozen without notice or justification. It prevents these apps from unfairly depriving consumers of funds that they need to be able to buy stuff. 3/4 of all of Americans have used these peer-to-peer apps, and millions of Americans have had the sad experience of getting ripped off on peer-to-peer payments like Venmo and Cash App and PayPal. Now, if you think that you are dealing with a legitimate person on the other side, and then the next thing you know, your money is gone, and you're left without any recourse, that is wrong. And it's even worse if it happens because a payment app isn't meeting its basic responsibilities of preventing fraud on its own platform. The CFPB rule helps protect those millions of Americans who use payment apps, making sure that both their personal data and their money are safe. This is a rule that is good for consumers, but it is not good for billionaires who have figured out how to make money by defrauding those consumers. Look, it is a very familiar story now. President Trump and the Republicans are on the side of the billionaires. They are acting to help out their pals, Elon and Jeff and Mark. Hardworking people who just want their payment apps to work and who don't want to get cheated as part of the deal are the ones who will lose. Never mind that this is the agency that works so hard for the little guy. Never mind that the CFPB has returned more than $21 billion directly to American consumers who were cheated. Never mind that Elon Musk and Donald Trump are trying to kill this rule, and they are trying to kill the entire agency. Musk and Republicans in Congress are moving quickly to take the financial cop off the beat. They are hoping that people across this country won't notice, or that people are so distracted and overwhelmed by everything else that is going on that they won't try to stop them. But your eyes are not fooling you. It is happening in plain sight. Ahead of Donald Trump's speech tonight at the Capitol, Republicans are voting to hurt millions of American consumers. Why? Just to protect Elon Musk's business ventures from a financial cop on the beat that would make sure that he follows the law. I hope the American public is paying attention tonight. I hope my Republican colleagues are paying attention here in the Senate as well. It is not too late for them to reconsider this vote. Make no mistake, Elon Musk locked the CFPB staff out of the building to protect his own payment app boondoggle. And now he wants Congress to block this rule to legalize his boondoggle. And next week, Republicans intend to mark up legislation that would clear the decks for Elon to issue X money as his own stable coin without guardrails to protect consumers, to protect national security, or to protect the financial stability of our entire country. The line between right and wrong is clear. On one side, Senate Democrats standing up for Americans who just don't want to get cheated when they use a financial app. And on the other side, we've got con men, rip-off artists, Elon Musk, and big tech billionaires. Which side will our Senate Republicans choose? Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor, and I notice the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Senator from Nebraska,
I ask unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
without objection.
Mr. President, following their election loss, the Biden-Harris administration rushed an 11th hour rule through the federal government to allow the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau to start regulating non-bank entities, specifically around digital consumer payment systems. These payment systems are applications, think about like PayPal or Zelle. Consumers have widely had positive experiences with these payment systems. According to the CFPB's own database, only about 1% of the 1.3 million complaints last year involved these payment systems. These payment companies, these payment system companies, actually are already being regulated at the state or federal level. In other words, this 11th hour regulation the Biden administration rushed through is pointless. The Biden-Harris rule is a regulation in search of a problem. It's a rule without a reason. Furthermore, the cost-benefit analysis that the CFPB did said that an audit by the CFPB would only cost $25,000. Now, having come from the business sector myself, that probably is the first day of outside attorney's fees at $25,000. It's wildly off the mark. This one-size-fits-all solution in search of a problem expands the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's authority unnecessarily. And in fact, I would argue that this is in a way that was unintended by Congress. CFPB is supposed to be looking over the financial services sector with regard to banking, not over these non-bank payment systems. The CFPB even failed to define the market they're seeking to supervise. Much how the Biden EPA and Obama before that tried to expand the EPA's authority under the Waters of the U.S. rule, this is an expansion of the CFPB's authority that is beyond what we want to allow them. I am proud to be able to lead the pushback with the Congressional Review Act to stop this unnecessary rule. I'm also honored to work with my fellow Nebraskan, Congressman Mike Flood, who is leading the same effort over in the House. This is an opportunity for us to ease the regulatory burden the previous administration put upon the American people. Thank you to Leader Thune for bringing this resolution to the floor for a vote. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to vote yes to overturn and stop this unnecessary rule that is expanding the authority of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau unnecessarily and despite the intent of Congress. CFPB's overregulation of non-bank digital consumer applications should stop. We can do it here. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the decentralized finance industry is in its infancy. It is a new technology in the digital asset space which enables two individuals to exchange cryptocurrencies without a third party sitting in between them. Though that sounds straightforward, the technology holds potential for technological and financial innovation that we're just beginning to explore. In that sense, DeFi is a microcosm of the crypto revolution, which is unleashing innovation and economic growth, and indeed personal liberty. I think of my home state of Texas when it comes to cryptocurrencies. Texas is becoming an oasis for Bitcoin and for cryptocurrency worldwide. In Texas, we have abundant, low-cost energy, and as the energy capital of the world, Texas has both the expertise and the ethos of Texas. You know, the Lone Star State was founded by a bunch of wildcatters who were guys with fourth-grade educations who began drilling holes in the ground. And one after the other, they became the richest men on earth. That's Texas, the spirit of Texas, and that is the spirit of crypto as well. So what is the rule that Congress is in the process of repealing? At its core, DeFi was designed to allow individuals to freely buy, sell, and exchange digital assets without reliance on third-party intermediaries. It is ironic, therefore, that in the final hours of the Biden administration, the IRS finalized a new rule attacking America's cryptocurrency industry, and more specifically, DeFi. Under the gross proceeds reporting by brokers that regularly provide services effectuating digital asset sales, that's a mouthful, the Biden administration expanded the definition of, quote, broker to include the software developers who create DeFi software, protocols, technology, and so on. They defined coders, computer programmers, as brokers. The IRS rule is untenable on its face. These software developers, they never touch any of the cryptocurrency being exchanged. DeFi interfaces are neutral technological tools, not financial intermediaries. They do not facilitate transactions. The Internet, the Infrastructure and Jobs Act could not have been intended for software developers to be classified as financial intermediaries for the simple reason their software never holds or controls user funds. In fact, Mr. President, the rule is not just ironic, but it's incoherent. The software these developers are creating is designed to facilitate crypto exchanges between two individuals without a third party in between. What we have here is software developers, not brokers, developing software to facilitate peer-to-peer exchanges without brokers. That's the entire point. If left in place, this rule would undermine innovation by turning developers into brokers and through reporting requirements that are incredibly onerous for crypto startups to meet. Those developers would inevitably go overseas instead. If we were to allow this rule to stand, we would be handing China the opportunity to tighten its grip on the digital asset industry, stifling innovation, economic freedom, and financial sovereignty. In that sense, this issue isn't just about crypto. It's about stopping unchecked federal overreach. The federal government can do a lot of damage to crypto if the government screws it up. The requirements, in turn, would risk the privacy of millions of Americans because software developers would be required to collect the personal information and pass it on to the IRS. Just for emphasis, Mr. President, This rule would compel DeFi developers, people who are creating cutting-edge technology to enhance the privacy of Americans, to collect, to store, and to report personal identifying information of tens of millions of Americans, and then hand it over to the IRS, an agency with a long and well-documented history of mishandling sensitive taxpayer information. These are serious privacy and surveillance risks. The IRS has already proven to the American people that it cannot be trusted, and it's already demonstrated its reckless disregard for privacy. Just last year, a former IRS contractor was sentenced to 5 years in prison for disclosing thousands of tax returns and return information for high-ranking government officials and related entities and individuals. These private taxpayer files were stolen and subsequently leaked to the press. Indeed, DeFi is a powerful technology precisely because it undermines bureaucrat control over American citizens. The foundation of financial freedom is the right to engage in financial transactions without unnecessary government interference. The American people should be free to spend their money the way they see fit. Far too often, we're increasingly seeing and hearing the opposite. Threats to individual freedom enforced through financial control. Banks are denying services to Americans because of their political belief or their line of work. We saw it first under Obama with Operation Choke Point, and we saw it again, tragically, under the Biden administration. These actions aren't just abuses of power, they strike at the very foundation of a free society. DeFi isn't controlled by Washington bureaucrats. Indeed, by design, it can't be. That's one of the many things I love about it. DeFi's non-custodial technology lets citizens hold and spend their own money securely without needing permission from some government-backed institution. It's no wonder the Chinese Communist Party hates crypto in general and DeFi in particular. China has already banned cryptocurrency within its borders because it operates beyond government control. And central governments hate that. And of course, the Chinese government is one of the most dystopian, authoritarian regimes in the world. And so they've made cryptocurrency transactions illegal because they view those transactions, they rightly view those transactions, as threats to their authoritarian power. So yes, every time we create a new ecosystem using something like DeFi, that's an ecosystem insulated from China, and it's an ecosystem that China views as a threat. And that's exactly why we must ensure that Americans have access to this technology. We should make sure it thrives right here in the United States. There's been a lot of talk on both sides of the aisle about supporting cryptocurrency. We now have an opportunity to deliver results for the American people. Earlier this afternoon, we cast the initial vote on moving to proceed to the CRA to repeal this rule, and I got to say I was incredibly heartened that 70 senators voted together in support of my legislation. 18 Democrat senators crossed the aisle and voted in support of repealing this ridiculous and abusive rule. That's a powerful statement. It's a powerful statement to Bitcoin and crypto. That Congress is not going to let Washington crush the innovation that is driving so much prosperity. I thank the 18 Democrat senators who crossed over, and on this final vote, I urge even more, come join us. I will say it is an interesting note, if you look at the list of the Democrat senators who voted with us, it is almost every single Democrat senator under the age of 60. There is a clear delineating line, and I think there's a reason for that. Let's stand on the side of innovation. Let's stand on the side of jobs. Let's stand on the side of prosperity. Let's stand on the side of freedom. Let's foster innovation, cut government overreach, and unleash the full potential of the American economy. Let's rescind this rule, and let's unleash the future. I yield the floor. I yield back all time on calendar number 11, S.J. Res. 3.
All time is yielded back. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
Calendar number 11, S.J. Res. 3, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Arono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cotton, Cruz, Curtis, Johnson, Kennedy, Marshall, Moreno, Ricketts, Rounds, Schatz, Scott of Florida, Warner. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Cantwell, Coons, Hassan, Kane, Klobuchar, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Smith, Warren. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. I mean, one downstairs, Tony. Don't worry about it. Hey, Tony, I bet you have one. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no.